Chapter 964. Furthermore, the resplendent flames around Qin Shaoqing never stopped burning. This night did not seem dark at all. Instead, it was strangely bright, forming a strange scene. The two exchanged moves below a mountain range that spanned 50 kilometers. The birds and beasts in the forest had already fled in fright, and all the plants and trees were destroyed. Qin Shaoqing's sword qi possessed unparalleled destructive power. As the sword qi surged out, large swathes of trees turned into dust. The ground turned into yellow dirt. Not a single blade of grass could be seen, and cracks spread out. In an instant, the shock waves from the two's exchange turned the mountain range for 50 kilometers into a barren, rocky mountain. Such a horrifying scene prompted the Heavenly Cauldron City bladesmen who came to watch the fight to stay far away, lest they accidentally get caught up in the shock waves and end up in trouble. Shao Qian had already executed flawless 4 seasons several times. However, he could not do anything to Qin Shaoqing. Qin Shaoqing's sword techniques had many killing moves. Furthermore, before the strong destructive attribute, the might of all the killing moves increased significantly. Shao Qian used brute force to destroy flawless 4 seasons. Unable to execute the killing moves of Cycle of Seasons and Cycle of Life and Death, Shao Qian fell into a passive position. Left without a choice, Shao Qian could only bring out his immortal will of thunder and use his flawless saber, Dao, to materialize the lightning tribulation saber technique, using brute force to counter brute force. More than 100 lightning dragons appeared. Jin Lin had 2 horns on their heads. They circled around and roared ferociously, shaking their heads and wagging their tails. They looked very lifelike. They could even spit out lightning dragon breaths to disrupt Qin Shaoqing. Naturally, the dragon breaths were not true dragon breaths. They were the manifestation of purple lightning saber qi. However, they were not weak at all. Occasionally, the lightning dragon breaths landed on the mountain peaks below. The 1-kilometer-tall peaks vanished in an instant as if a monster had bitten them off. The lightning tribulation saber technique was boundlessly tyrannical. Every time Shao Qian punched or sent out a palm strike, a saber light flashed. In the next moment, lightning dragons appeared to block the overbearing Qin Shaoqing. True flame burned on Qin Shaoqing's sword. Every time he swung it, flames surged and surged, creating an intense explosion. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe that terrifying destructive power as earth-shattering. It shook the entire mountain range for hundreds of kilometers, causing countless boulders to tumble down. Seeing that the other party's lightning dragons seemed to be endless, able to block his sword moves every time, Qin Shaoqing frowned, unwilling to continue fighting like this. 9 suns rise together. The golden crow destroys the world. With a loud shout, the 25 kilometers of resplendent flames behind him quickly gathered and condensed into 9 3-legged golden crows. Each of the golden crows was as dazzling as the sun. Shao Qian pointed with his sword, and the 9 huge flaming golden crows turned into 9 streaks of golden light that charged at the 100 lightning dragons. Kacha-kacha! The golden crow was incomparably savage. With a swipe of its 3 legs, it tore the golden crows in half, causing them to wail endlessly. Shao Qian's heart sank. The golden crow, condensed by the other party's true life flame, far surpassed his lightning dragon in terms of divine nature. It was the bane of lightning dragon, divine lightning tribulation. Chop! With a thought, Shao Qian quickly gathered the remaining lightning dragons. Then, the will of the purple lightning talisman continuously strengthened them. A golden bolt of divine lightning appeared in the air and turned into a saber qi that chopped down at the 9 golden crows. The might of the divine lightning tribulation appeared on the spot, knocking the 9 sun-like golden crows back. The light of their flames dimmed significantly. This opportunity could not be missed. Shao Qian took a step back, and his pupils constricted. The Soul Slayer bow appeared in his right hand. Then he knocked the Starbreaker arrow and pulled back the bowstring. One dragon force circulated in Xiao Chen's body. His bones gave off a thunderous rumble. The infusion of 5,000 tons of force caused the Soul Slayer attack to release an overwhelming cold qi, immediately expelling the heat from the flaming golden crows. Qin Shaoqing's expression changed. As he looked at the bow in Xiao Chen's hand, he had a bad feeling. Xiao Qin sheathed his sword and circulated the law energy in his body, wanting to merge the 9 golden crows. Whoosh! However, he was too late in the end. Xiao Chen let go, and the Starbreaker arrow flashed with light. The 9 golden crows shot out and destroyed the killing move that Qin Shaoqing had spent a lot of effort on. Xiao Chen's lightning dragons were destroyed. However, this change also destroyed all 9 of Qin Shaoqing's golden crows. Qin Shaoqing did not gain an advantage, either. The two in the sky fell into an anxious state once more. After exchanging a few moves, they knew how difficult it was to deal with the other party, so they became more cautious. Bai Lang stood beside Lin Yan and the others. He sighed and said, "Brother Xiao lacks a good saber. Otherwise, he would not be in such a passive position. This Qin Shaoqing is really incredible. He is the first disciple of the Sword Sovereign. Indeed, he cannot be underestimated." Feng Xingxing shook his head. Xiao Qin, who was in the air, was clearly on the defensive against Qin Shaoqing's blazing barrage of attacks. He was at a disadvantage. The Inferno Saber Sovereign's disciple, Lin Yan, smiled and said, "As the saying goes, things that are too hard are easy to break. Although Qin Shaoqing's attacks are ferocious, if he still does not have a suppressive advantage after 100 moves, he will lose for sure." Bai Lang nodded and said, "That's right. The crucial thing now is whether Xiao Qin can last 100 moves or not. Without a weapon in his hand, he can only use his physical body to receive Qin Shaoqing's sword moves that contain the destructive attribute. No matter how strong his physical body is, there will come a time when he cannot hold on." Dugu Ju, who rarely spoke, did not think highly of Xiao Qin. He said sullenly, "It will be a little difficult. I think that Xiao Chen's body can no longer hold on. If he receives another 100 moves, he will definitely collapse. Using your physical body to receive 300 moves from me. Even if you have a body of steel, you should not be able to hold on now, right?" Qin Shaoqing showed a calm expression as he smiled coldly at Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm, and he did not explain much. His physical body had already reached peak rank 3 sage body. Furthermore, he had consumed many divine materials to nourish his body. His physical body was no weaker than the blue-robed emperor's. Although the other party's attacks were tyrannical, and Xiao Chen's physical body was significantly injured, it would be impossible for Xiao Chen's physical body to collapse without at least 200 moves. Seeing that his words did not work, Qin Shaoqing snorted coldly, and his attacks became even more ferocious. In the blink of an eye, 50 moves had passed. The shock waves from 50 kilometers of the mountain range below broke off half of it. It was a frightening sight. Qin Shaoqing saw that Xiao Chen was still very lively, not showing any panic on his delicate face. Qin Shaoqing could not help feeling anxious. He was very clear on his own situation. His sword moves were tyrannical and unparalleled. Every move was a killing move. Every move could bring out the ferocious might of a volcano eruption. However, it exhausted a lot of energy as well. If he still could not take down Xiao Qin, he would really use up all the law energy in his body. At that time, no matter how capable he was, he would not be able to bring it out. He would only be able to sit and wait for death. I cannot afford to lose. Otherwise, I will lose too much face. I can only decide victory in one move. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xiao Qin, who had been on the defensive all this while, suddenly moved. Taking advantage of Qin Shaoqing's momentary panic, he charged over first. 18 blue dragons circled around Qin Shaoqing. A horrifying dragon might spread out, and many azure saber lights hacked down. This was Xiao Chen's strongest move, Flawless Blue Dragon. Subduing Dragon, Profound Slash. The might that this move burst out with was actually no weaker than Xiao Chen's strong sword intent erupting like a volcano. Saber lights chopped down, a total of 18 saber lights. They chopped down continuously, not giving Qin Shaoqing any time to think or a chance to execute a killing move. When the final saber light landed, Qin Shaoqing's sword move was completely disrupted. He vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, deities descending, tenfold combat prowess. After much difficulty, Xiao Qin managed to catch the other party's weakness and catch him off guard, injuring him. How could he miss out on this opportunity to deal a fatal blow? Clang! Clang! Just at this moment, 2 sword lights lit up in the sky. Sword intent connected to the soul as they charged at Xiao Qin without any warning. The timing of these 2 moves was very coincidental. They happened to be the instant Xiao Chen's body was enveloped by the divine light. Furthermore, there were fatal strikes from the 2 without holding anything back. Xiao Qin had already exhausted a lot of his energy. His physical body was severely injured. There was no way for him to dodge. The winner takes all. Xiao Qin, so what if you can endure, see through others, and have sharp eyes? I never said that I would fight you one-on-one. Qin Shaoqing smiled coldly. Then he quickly suppressed the injuries in his body. A vicious look flashed on his face. Then he charged at Xiao Qin. The 3 formed an encirclement. The situation instantly reversed. Xiao Qin, who had just gained the upper hand, was now in grave danger. The expressions of Bai Lang and the others changed drastically. Clearly, they had not expected the 2 to be so despicable. It was already too late to save Xiao Qin now. Elder brother Xiao Qin, just make your move. Bai, help me block these bad people. A fragrant wind blew in the chilly battlefield. A pretty figure rushed over at lightning speed. In the time it took for a spark to fly, she drew the sword at her waist. Immediately, snow-white feathers fluttered in the air. A sword light shook everyone's hearts, humming endlessly. With a casual move, it blocked Gu Jianheng's and Lu Kuan's killing moves. Xiao Qin smiled faintly. When he saw Qin Shaoqing's expression change, he said coldly, "To think that the Sword Sovereign's faction could produce trash like you. Today, you not only embarrassed yourself, but also the entire profound domain swordsman." Bang! The fearless Xiao Chun punched out with 10 dragon force. Boom! He sent Qin Shaoqing, who was charging over, flying, crashing into a mountain peak. The mountain peak crumbled, burying Qin Shaoqing with a loud rumble. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Gu Jianheng, Lu Kuan, you 2 bastards! Bring Qin Shaoqing and scram out of Heavenly Cauldron City. Bai Lang led Feng Xingxing and dozens of others over. Without saying anything, they surrounded Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan, who Bai Lang had stopped, and beat them up. Since the other party broke the rules first, Bai Lang did not have to hold back. No matter how powerful the 2 were, they would only be asking for a beating. Gu Jianheng and Lu Kuan were beaten black and blue. The other party was the Sword Sovereign's faction. Bai Lang and the others didn't dare to kill them, but they couldn't help but suffer some physical pain. They had lost a lot of face this time. The 2's original plan was to take down Xiao Qin when he least expected it. Then, they would use their first senior brother's strength to sweep through the others. At that time, the winner would be the king, and the loser would be the thief. The world would only remember that Qin Shaoqing swept through the Saber Dao Tea party. No one would care about the 2's sneak attacks. Unexpectedly, Xiao Bai suddenly appeared. The Spirit Fox King's adopted daughter, who was originally with them, blocked them at the crucial moment. Yuan Shi Qin, you can forget about entering the Heavenly Sword Pavilion again. Chapter 965. Gu Jianheng said hatefully. Then he led Lu Kuan to dig out Qin Shaoqing, who was buried in the mountain, and ran back in a sorry state. But I did not mind. She smiled faintly and stood obediently behind Shao Chen. Brother Shao, this tea party is all thanks to you. Bai Lang performed a cupped fist salute in thanks. Shao Chen replied calmly, Brother Bai, you are too polite. I like the atmosphere of the tea party. I benefited a lot from the tea party. If someone tries to cause trouble, I will naturally do my best. A thought occurred to Bai Lang. He suggested, how about we let Brother Shao host the next Saber Dao tea party? I'll let my master know. It should not be a problem. That's right. Brother Shao, if we are still alive 10 years from now, you can host the next tea party. The others all started encouraging as well. They had no objections to Shao Chen hosting the tea party. On the contrary, they looked forward to it. When Shao Chen heard this, he could not help feeling tempted. However, after thinking for a while, he still rejected the idea. While hosting the tea party looked simple, it required a lot of effort and resources. It was too much of a hassle. Bai Lang smiled faintly and said, Don't be in a rush to reject me. If you are willing, you can come and look for me at any time. There's still some things that I need to deal with. I'll take my leave first. At this point, the tea party came to a rather satisfactory end. After the others said their goodbyes to Shao Chen, they left one after another. After everyone left, Shao Chen turned around and looked at Bai. After not seeing her for so many years, she had completely grown up. The youthful and inexperienced look of the past could no longer be found in this charming face that could bring disaster to nations. Amid her charming aura, there was now an air of nobility that could not be profaned. This was the status of the Fox King's adopted daughter. Whether she was willing or not, this gave her the status of a holy daughter in the Fiend domain. Shao Chen felt somewhat distracted. Is this still the delicate and pure Bai from back then? Shao Chen casually glanced around and saw an exquisite gourd hanging at Bai's waist. Shao Chen couldn't help but smile. No matter how he changed, Bai would always be the same Bai. Hee, big brother Shao Chen, don't look at Bai like that. Bai blushed as she lowered her head. It was clear that after all these years of growth, she had a better understanding of the relationship between men and women. Shao Chen smiled gently and returned to his senses. Yuan Shurchen, I heard Gu Jianheng call you by that name. Bai raised his head with a serious expression and said, Yes, this is the name my adoptive father gave me. From now on, only brother Shao Chen can call Bai. Shao Chen thought about it and agreed. When he was in the Sky Dome realm, it was fine for others to call him Bai. However, with Bai's current status, it would be a little inappropriate for others to call him Bai. Elder brother Shao Chen, you should treat your injuries first. There's no need to talk, Bai said worriedly when she thought of something. Indeed, every sword strike of Qin Shaoqing's destructive sword intent was like a volcano erupting. Its destructive power was startling. After receiving hundreds of moves, his physical body had already sustained significant injuries. 10 kilometers in the sky, Kong Yuan and Yuan Su stood on a white cloud. Kong Yuan smiled and said, That's true. I have not seen brother Shao Chen for a long time already. I'll go down and greet him first. Yuan Su pulled Kong Yuan back and said, Blockhead, do you think it is appropriate to go down and greet him now? What's wrong? Shao Chen saved my life in the Sage Mark Monument. Although I envy Shao Chen as well, there is no need to make it so obvious, not even greeting him, Kong Yuan said in dissatisfaction. Helplessness appeared on Yuan Su's charming face. He could only call Kong Yuan an idiot in his heart. Then he said impatiently, See for yourself. If you really go down, I believe that Shurchen will not speak to a blockhead like you for at least half a year. Kong Yuan looked carefully and saw Shao Chen sitting cross-legged on a distant peak, circulating his energy to treat his injuries. Bai supported his head with his hand, smiling gently at Shao Chen. The scene was silent, giving off a warm and peaceful feeling. Kong Yuan suddenly startled awake. He smiled embarrassedly and said, "We can greet him at any time. There is no need for it now. However, after offending Qin Shaoqing, it will be somewhat problematic to enter the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. If she does not want to enter, then so be it. For the sake of Xiao Chen, this girl will probably give up the divine weapon, much less the Heavenly Sword Pavilion," Yuan Su said with a smile. Kong Yuan chuckled and said, "Speaking of which, Yuan Su, why do I feel that your words are extraordinarily sour? This is not like you, the most handsome man of our fiend race." Yuan Su kept a straight face. After being poked at in his weak spot, he directly looked away, ignoring Yuan Su. When Xiao Chen finished circulating his energy to treat his injuries, he chatted with Bai for a while. He finally understood Bai's purpose in coming to the profound domain. The snow feather sword that Yan Shisan gave to Bai was very suitable for Bai. Unfortunately, it did not have an item spirit, so it could not become a peak sub-divine weapon, much less a divine weapon. As Xiao Chen's strength increased, the snow feather sword's need to nurture an item spirit became urgent. Xiao Chen's purpose in coming to Sword Forging Peak was to ask Sito Leihong to nurture an item spirit for the snow feather sword. Sito Leihong agreed to help on the condition that Bai could make it into the top 10 of the sword school ranking and give him the 10,000-year-old essence iron. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen's and Bai's goals were surprisingly similar. Elder brother Xiao Chen, it has been almost 3 years. Why have you not gone to the fiend domain to visit Bai? Bai said begrudgingly as she leaned on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Her eyes were somewhat red. It had been 3 years. Xiao Chen had clearly promised to visit Xiao Chen in the Kunping King's grave palace. However, even after waiting for so long, Xiao Chen still did not come. At first, Xiao Chen occasionally heard news of Xiao Chen. Later, Xiao Chen went to the lower realm, and there was no news of him. Rumor had it that he died trapped in the Sage Mark Monument. Bai sneaked out and stood before the Sage Mark Monument, unable to enter. Who knew how many times he cried? If not for the Fox King obtaining news from the Haotian Emperor and going to the lower realm, Bai would still have to guard the Sage Mark Monument to the death, waiting for it to open again. Bai did not tell Xiao Chen about all this. All the anticipation and concern in her heart remained in her heart. However, now that they met again, she could not help telling Xiao Chen about it. Xiao Chen's heart ached. He did not know how to answer. While 3 years was a long time, to him, there had been no time to relax or rest at all. This was especially so after Ao Jiao's death, which made Xiao Chen feel even more guilty. Hence, he cultivated without eating or sleeping, unable to care about anything else. He only knew that Bai was doing very well at the Fox King's side, so he felt assured. Back then, the little fox on Seven Horn Mountain beside Mo City had changed so much, even gaining strength equal to Xiao Chen's and the status of the Fiend Domain's holy daughter. Sorry, Bai stopped crying and smiled. Elder brother Xiao Chen, there is no need to say sorry. It is Bai's fault. Bai is too selfish. As long as elder brother Xiao Chen can be happy and I can hear news of elder brother Xiao Chen, Bai will be satisfied. A cool breeze blew without a shadow. Xiao Chen felt complicated emotions in his heart. After so many years, Xiao Chen thought that Bai, who had grown up, would slowly recognize his dependence on Xiao Chen and separate it from his feelings. Xiao Chen shook his head. Suddenly he thought of something. He said, "That's right. Where are Yuan Su and Kong Yuan? Didn't they come with you?" A crafty look flashed in Bai's eyes. She smiled mischievously and said, "That's right. Those two fellows are too overboard. When they saw elder brother Xiao Chen, they did not even greet me. I will teach them a lesson when I get back." Elder brother Xiao Chen, tell me more about Qingyun Peak. Bai really wants to know how elder sister Riwe and that elder brother Suifeng are doing now. 3 days later, all the cultivators in the inns of various sizes in Heavenly Cauldron City were discussing the various scenes from the Tea Party without exception. Be it the 18 ancient saber sovereign speeches that transcended time and space, attracting a deluge of heavenly flowers spreading for 50 kilometers around. Be it the shocking battle between the first disciple of the sword sovereign and Shao Qin, destroying the 50-kilometer mountain range. Everyone took delight in talking about it. They could talk about it for a month without feeling tired. This tea party would definitely be passed down for 10,000 years, leaving a deep mark in the long river of history. Haha, at that time you did not see it. Qin Shaoqing and the other two came with a threatening aura. Gu Jianheng forced back the Inferno Saber Sovereign with one sword strike, threatening to slap the Inferno Saber Sovereign's face. Who knew, in the end, the three of them were beaten into a sorry state. Now, the news has already reached the Heavenly Sword Pavilion. Now, this group of swordsmen will not be able to raise their heads for half a year. I heard that the 18 ancient sages' speeches and the person who defeated Qin Shaoqing were all done by the Qianwu domain's white-robed Shaoqin. Is that true? How can it be false? Several bladesmen at the tea party saw it with their own eyes. How could it be false? In the largest inn of Heavenly Cauldron City, there were no surprises. The idle bladesmen chatting in the inn all focused on the tea party 3 days ago. There were fewer cultivators on the third floor. At a table by the window, Shao Chen was busy writing, recording the various saber daos of the 18 saber sovereigns at the tea party. Shao Chen's comprehension ability was startling, far surpassing that of all the bladesmen at that time. Hence, he gained the most. Amid the overlapping sages, he memorized all 18 saber daos, not missing a single one. Of course, he only recorded them down and did not comprehend them on the spot. Furthermore, he had his own flawless saber dao. Even the saber dao of the ancients could only be used as a reference. However, while Shao Qin did not need these saber daos, it did not mean that others did not need them. For example, the bloody young master Yi Qin cultivated the massacre saber dao. If Shao Qin could give the ancient saber sovereign's comprehension of the massacre saber dao to him, it would be a huge favor, enough to make him wild with joy. On the other side of the table, Bai drank fine wine. Her pretty face flushed slightly as she quietly watched Shao Chen, who was concentrating. After Shao Chen finished recording the final set of the Heavenly Saber Dao, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then he glanced at Bai, who was across from him. Finding it strange, he asked, "Why have Yuan Su and Kong Yuan not appeared after 3 days?" Bai giggled and said, "Who knows? Those two are too evil. They caused elder brother Shao Qin to accompany me for 3 days, not even having time to go to the 9 layers of purgatory." For the past 3 days, Shao Qin had been with Bai. He worried that Bai would not be safe alone. In the past 3 days, Shao Qin could only put aside what he was doing and wait for Yuan Su and Kong Yuan to appear. However, this wait lasted for 3 days. This made Shao Qin somewhat anxious. "Elder brother Shao Qin, how about you bring me to the 9 layers of purgatory?" Bai put down her wine gourd, appearing very obedient. Her eyes filled with anticipation as she said, according to legend, the 9 layers of purgatory was the underworld of the Immortal epic. It controlled the 6 paths of reincarnation. Now, the Immortal epic no longer exists, and the cycle of reincarnation is broken. It is a place that even the ghost race cultivators do not dare to enter. Bai will definitely be able to help elder brother Shao Qin. Chapter 966. Shao Chen could not help but regret telling Bai about going to the 9 layers of purgatory. He frowned and said, "Don't mention this. If the 2 of them still do not appear today, I will ask Bai Lang to look for them." "Ha ha ha. Brother Shao, there is no need to send people to look for us. The 2 of us have actually been here for the past 3 days." Carefree laughter rang out. 2 cultivators wearing black cloaks sat at a table in a blind spot. The 2 removed their cloaks and arrived before Shao Chen's table. It was Yuan Su and Kong Yuan. Xiao Qin raised his eyebrows as he looked at the black cloaks. He sent his spiritual sense over, but the image of the two cloaks did not appear in his mind. Strange. I wonder what kind of cloaks these are. The two of them should have been relying on these cloaks to hide from my spiritual sense for the past 3 days. Brother Xiao, you seem to be treating Shurchin like a child. Don't be in a rush to reject me, Yuan Su said with some dissatisfaction after greeting Xiaoqin. After greeting Xiaoqin, Yuan Su picked up the wine cup on the table and drained it in one go. Xiaoqin felt slightly confused, not understanding what Yuan Su meant. Kong Yuan revealed a bitter smile. You might not know this, but for the sake of catching up to you, Shurchin suffered a lot of injuries and suffered a lot. She experienced more life and death situations than Yuan Su and I did. Elder brother Xiaoqin, stop. They are just spouting nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Bai quickly waved his hand, revealing an anxious expression. Yuan Su said coldly, why not? Is it really that easy to be the Fox King's adopted daughter? The spirit fox race has thousands of competitors. In order to stand out from the rest, one has to face a lot of killing and battles. Any mistake could result in a life and death separation. Even after becoming the Fox King's adopted daughter, she still cannot rest easy. She still has to fight for the position of Fiend King for the spirit fox race. The blood and sweat she put in is 1,000 times more than before. All this is just to catch up to a certain person. She puts in so much effort that she can keep up with a certain person. Every time she hears news of a certain person, she rejoices for a long time. Every time she hears that a certain person offended an enemy, she clenches her teeth and redoubles her efforts in cultivation. Maybe someone thinks that the adopted daughter of the Fox King is the same as a princess, receiving the respect of the world and enjoying boundless fortune. However, there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world, especially when the strength of our demon race is declining year after year. Kong Yuan's face sank. He could tell that Yuan Su's emotions were somewhat unstable. He said sullenly, Yuan Su, Shurchin told you to stop talking. Did you not hear her? Yuan Su knew that he had made a slip of the tongue, so he continued drinking and did not say anything else. A smile appeared on Bai's face. Hee, elder brother Xiaoqin. It is not as exaggerated and scary as elder brother Yuan Su made it out to be. Adoptive father treats Bai very well. Bai did everything willingly. Xiaoqin's heart was in turmoil, unable to speak for a long time. Who would have thought that back in the lower realm? After so many years, she had been working hard to remember what her parents said when they took her away. Bai said earnestly, even though I have the Fox Kings will clone, it is useless. This time, I can really help elder brother Xiaoqin. I also want to meet elder sister Ao Jiao. I want to see the day when the lunar shadow saber is unsheathed again. When Xiaoqin saw the expression in Bai's eyes, some of the views that had been firm in his heart for a long time started to waver. Xiaoqin said, let's not talk about this for now. Bai, come over for a while. I have something to say to you alone. Now, only Yuan Su and Kong Yuan remained at the table. The atmosphere turned somewhat silent. Kong Yuan drank a mouthful of wine and said, finding it strange, Yuan Su, others might not know, but don't you know the pressure of being a descendant of the Qing Emperor? Don't you know the danger that comes with admitting to it? Xiaoqin does not want to meet with Bai because he wants time to wear away Bai's reliance on him. He does not want his own danger to affect his family and friends. Why does everything sound so different when it comes from your mouth? You're not usually this kind of person. Yuan Su revealed a warm smile on his handsome and charming face. There was no longer any hatred or dissatisfaction from earlier. Blockhead, do you think that with Bai's persistence, time can wear away her reliance on Xiaoqin? Of course not. Isn't that so? Rather than that, we might as well let Xiaoqin truly accept Bai and give Bai status. When Kong Yuan heard that, he could not help but laugh. He did not know if he was laughing at himself or at Yuan Su. How pitiful! The most handsome man of the fiend race has to be a matchmaker. After a while, Xiao Qian and Bai returned. When they saw the smile on Bai's face, they felt both disappointed and happy. Kong Yuan muttered to himself, wondering if Yuan Su's provocation worked or not. The four discussed for a while and decided to barge into the 9 layers of purgatory together. Then they all left to make their various preparations for entering the 9 layers of purgatory. The next day, when the four gathered again, they set off on their journey to the 9 layers of purgatory. The 9 layers of purgatory was one of the forbidden lands that everyone in the Kunlun continent knew about. In terms of fame, it was even greater than the primal chaos domain's heavenly ruin wasteland. It rivaled the savage battlefield, perhaps even surpassed it. Before the 6 paths of reincarnation were broken during the Immortal epoch, this place had been the netherworld, in charge of the cycle of reincarnation for all living beings. Rumor said that during that era, if one did not become an immortal, one would enter the cycle of reincarnation forever. Based on good and evil, one would be chosen to reincarnate. Those who were evil would be sent to the path of beasts. Those who were evil and ferocious would remain in hell forever, enduring all kinds of torture and torture. They would not even be beasts. Those who were good would be reincarnated as humans in their next life, becoming rich and noble, rising to the clouds. There were even people with great virtue who could enter the heavenly realm. They were born as innate life forms, nurtured by the heavens and the earth. They were known as heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals. However, the immortal Tao was broken, and the martial luck flourished. Reincarnation no longer existed, and hell no longer existed. Only the 9 layers of purgatory remained. The truth of the past had already become a legend, and the legend had become a myth. In the current era, reincarnation no longer existed. There were no immortals in the world. Everyone could live only one life. No one believed in virtue anymore. 7 days later, Xiao Qian used the freedom wings to carry the four to a tall mountain in the ghost domain. This mountain was known as Mount Tai. The middle of the mountain already reached the clouds, so it was impossible to tell how tall it was. The mountain covered an area of 50 kilometers, looking boundlessly majestic. The surroundings of the mountain were very gloomy. Occasionally, one could see wandering spirits and wild ghosts wandering around. The four did not find this strange. The ghost domain lacked everything but wandering spirits and wild ghosts. They were already used to it. Although reincarnation no longer existed after a person died, their soul still existed. A soul that lost its physical body would not exist for long in the world. Even someone as strong as Emperor Wu, who shone with dazzling light and could pluck the stars and moon from the sky, could not exist for long. Similarly, a soul would not exist for long. It would separate and naturally scatter. However, the ghost race had secret techniques that could capture the soul. After a person died, they refined the soul into all sorts of spirits, enslaving and controlling them. This made one unable to rest in peace after death, inspiring fear and loathing. It was just like the corpse race, stealing corpses and digging graves. If not for their own strength, they would have been destroyed thousands of times already. At the foot of the mountain was a turbid river that flowed from the summit to the ground. This river was the famous underworld river. It was also known as the Death River, the Yellow Springs River, or the River of Helplessness. However, it was no longer complete. The cycle of reincarnation shattered, and the source of this river, the profound river in the heavenly realm, broke into many pieces. Naturally, the underworld river broke into many pieces as well. It was not good to lose all sorts of strange magic skills. If one followed this river, one would reach the 9 layers of purgatory. Several cultivators gathered at the riverbank. Aside from the ghost race cultivators, there were many cultivators of the other races. Several black ships floated in the river. Kong Yuan looked up at the tall mountain and said, "Is this the legendary Mount Tai? I heard that if one follows the river, one can reach the summit." There is a southern heavenly gate there. After passing the southern heavenly gate, one will reach the immortal world. Bai nodded and said, I once heard adoptive father say that there is indeed a gate at the summit. The world behind the gate is indeed the immortal world. However, it is already a shattered world. Even a sovereign martial emperor would not be able to survive there for long. Yuan Su glanced at Xiao Qin and said meaningfully, This is just a guess. As for what exactly it is, only those who have entered know. Unfortunately, since ancient times, it seems like only the Qing emperor walked out of there. Xiao Qin did not care. He smiled and said, Don't look at me. The Xiao clan does not have any ancient records of what the Qing emperor saw in there. Kong Yuan said, Let's not talk about this for now. Let's go to the ferry. After the sky turns dark, the group of ghost race cultivators will no longer receive guests. Although the 9 layers of purgatory was not a forbidden land, aside from the death chi and evil spirits that the ghost race liked, most of the inattributed flames in the world were born in the 9 layers of purgatory. Experts of the various races would often go to the 9 layers of purgatory to seek inattributed flames. Aside from inattributed flames, there were also several cold-attributed natural treasures that could only be found in the 9 layers of purgatory. Although the Forbidden Land was dangerous, there were always bold and skilled people who dared to seek riches in the midst of danger. Perhaps some cultivators came purely for experiential training, to see if they could comprehend something between life and death. If they were not careful and managed to dig up an immortal epic treasure, they would have been lucky. The 4 moved quickly. After a while, they arrived at the ferry. There was a complicated flow of people at the ferry. Initially, Xiao Chen did not pay much attention to them. However, when he glanced around, he discovered a group of people wearing clothes that looked familiar. After thinking carefully, he recalled that they were the Medicine God Valley's people. Mr. Qin, who died at Xiao Chen's hands, and the 2 Medicine God Valley cultivators who sought trouble for him in Leisure Feather City all wore similar clothes. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He had not expected to run into the Medicine God Valley's people here. Now that he had killed their Grandmaster-level alchemist, he would not be able to get away with it. The Medicine God Valley's alchemists were not strong. However, they had strong connections. Look at that group. The strongest ones were not from the Medicine God Valley. With one look, it was clear that they had invited help. One of them seemed to be a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. That person should be helping the Medicine God Valley's people collect the inattributed flames. According to the alchemy of the martial epoch, several medicinal pills required different flames to refine. Fortunately, this group of people had already boarded the ferry. The ferry sailed through the turbid yellow water, heading for the underworld land ahead. Kong Yuan stepped forward and called for a ferry. After paying a large number of astral coins, the ferryman, wearing a conical bamboo hat, happily set sail. The turbid yellow water gave off an unpleasant smell. Occasionally, one could see changing ghostly faces in the river, looking deep and terrifying. Chapter 9, 67. Contrary to Xiao Chen's expectations, Bai, who sat beside him, did not show any fear at all, remaining as calm as usual. Xiao Chen felt a pang in his heart. He could not help grabbing Bai's hand tightly. He wondered what this girl had experienced in the past few years. Bai giggled and let Xiao Chen hold her hand, gently leaning on his shoulder. Although the underworld river had lost its various miraculous magic skills, its nature still remained. If one fell into it, one would immediately be corrupted and corroded. No secret treasure in the world could protect one. The river also contained a demonic nature. One could not fly on it. Otherwise, one might fall into it for no reason. Only the specter ship, forged by the ghost race, could travel on it. This resulted in the fact that the ghost race controlled the entrance to the 9 layers of purgatory. Anyone who went there would have to pay a large amount of black astral coins. The specter ship quickly left the surface. The bow of the ship turned completely dark. The air was filled with flickering, phosphorescent lights, all of which were wandering spirits. When Xiao Qin looked up, he saw many skulls piled up on stone pillars. As the ship traveled on the water, it passed through the bodies of these wandering spirits, giving off an intense life force. The moment the ship touched a wandering spirit, it immediately scattered it into nothing. During the Immortal epoch, this land of the Netherworld had been divided into the Netherworld and the Netherworld. Once one crossed this place, one would be in the Netherworld. However, if one could not cross this place, one would be trapped here, unable to return to the world of the living or reincarnate, drifting here forever. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. The specter ship stopped moving and stopped in the river. Kong Yuan's expression changed slightly. He gestured to Yuan Su and asked the boatman in a thick cloak, "Why are you stopping?" "We have not reached the 9 layers of purgatory yet." "We can't reach it yet. We will just retire here. Then we will turn into wandering spirits and drift for the rest of our lives." The boatman sat at the bow and did not turn his head back. Only a hoarse voice came from within. Now, the expressions of Bai and the other two changed. They all circulated their law energy, preparing to snatch the ship at any time. Xiao Qin remained calm and said in a deep voice, "You're trying to extort money, right? I've long heard that some black-hearted boatmen will sail their boats to the Netherworld, a place where there is no way out or out, and take the opportunity to extort money." "He extorting money? Young Master Xiao. Ah, young Master Xiao, you are the ancestor of this aspect." A tender laugh was heard, and the cloak on the boatman's body exploded, revealing a delicate figure in a white dress. The woman turned around and smiled. It was the ghost race's Qing Cheng. Xiao Chen's expression didn't change, but he cursed in his heart. Why did he run into this woman here? A cocky smile appeared on Qing Cheng's breathtakingly beautiful face. "Jiang Qingzi told me that the few of you were coming to the ghost domain. I thought it was fake news. Unexpectedly, you really dared to come. Aren't you very capable? Let's see how you're going to resolve this situation today. You're going to toy with me in the palm of your hand." Pa! Qing Cheng patted the ship with her palm, and countless small holes immediately appeared at the bottom of the ship. Then the specter ship slowly sank. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan instantly attacked, charging at this woman. However, Qing Cheng merely smiled and floated up gently. 8 spirits carrying a palanquin flew out. Then, Qing Cheng pulled open the curtains. Qing Cheng pulled open the curtains and sat down. Then, she looked at the slowly sinking specter ship through the window. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan quickly retreated. Qing Cheng had the 8 ghost palanquin. If she dared to fly on it, they would not dare to cross the underworld river. That way, they would die even faster. Gurgle! Gurgle! The river bubbled as the specter ship continued to sink. When the ship completely sank, it would be the end of everyone, aside from Emperor Wu's indestructible golden body. No matter how strong one's physical body was, one would not be able to survive in the Yellow Springs water. Even Xiao Qin was no exception. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan's expressions turned grave. What should we do? At this crucial moment, everyone looked at Xiao Chen at the same time. Bai said calmly, "I'll activate Adoptive Fathers Will Clone. Given the strength of Adoptive Fathers Will Clone, it should be able to escort us to the 9 layers of purgatory." Naturally, the Dark World could not trap the Fox Kings Will Clone. However, what would they do when they returned? Furthermore, the Will Clone was something that the Fox King had given to Bai to protect his life. How could Xiao Chen use it at this moment? Hence, Xiao Chen rejected the idea without any explanation. The true solution lay with Qing Cheng, who was in the 8 ghost palanquin. Xiao Chen's thoughts were very sharp. If this Qing Cheng really wanted to kill them, she could have caused the specter ship to sink without anyone noticing, not even giving them a chance to use the Will Clone. She must be plotting something. As long as they did not obtain what they wanted, they would be safe. Young Master Shao, you are born to toy with others. You did not expect such a day to come, right? I won't waste words with you. If you want to enter the 9 hells, purgatory alive, and come out alive, then return to me double the spirit vein and star coins you extorted last time. Indeed, Qing Cheng, who was in the 8 ghost palanquin, felt that victory was within her grasp. After looking for a while, she made her request. She did not think that Shao Qin had any room to bargain. I wonder if this supreme grade spirit vein is enough. Shao Qin stretched out his hand and pushed. A peak spirit vein in his universe ring turned into a dragon and flew towards Qing Cheng. Top grade spirit vein. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan were startled. Shao Chun was really willing to part with a peak spirit vein just like that. However, at this moment, preserving his life was more important. It was understandable that he was willing to part with a peak spirit vein. The expression of Qing Cheng, who was in the palanquin, clearly changed. It was much more valuable than some king-grade secret treasures. Only king-grade sects and holy lands could casually take it out. To think that Shao Chen's expression did not change as he took out a peak spirit vein. He was really bold. However, Qing Cheng was a ghost race cultivator after all. Although a spirit vein was good, it was not very meaningful to her. A light flashed around the palanquin. A crack opened in the 8 ghost spirit locking defense formation, allowing the spirit vein to flow in. Then it quickly mended. A brilliant light flashed in Shao Chen's eyes. He saw all this, but his expression did not change. A peak spirit vein is very valuable. However, Shao Chen, you should know what I truly want. Give it to me. Not only will I ensure that you will be unobstructed on this trip, but I can also send people to help you. Qing Cheng said slowly, not in a rush to collect the spirit vein. Naturally, she was referring to the death throne. The rumbling sounds intensified. Shao Chen and the other 3 were already hovering in the air, doing their best to reduce the weight of the Spectre ship. The rumbling grew louder. Shao Chen and the other 3 were already hovering in the air, doing their best to reduce the weight of the Spectre ship. However, they still could not stop the ship from sinking. The situation was critical. They needed to make a decision. Shao Chun waved his hand to stop by, who wanted to activate the Fox King's will clone. Then he thrust out the cycle banner. Dense death chi mixed with starlight spread throughout the entire banner pole. I refined the Death Throne, Massacre Throne, and Ruin Throne into this astral banner. If you want them, then take them. When the calm Qing Ching saw the cycle astral banner slowly fly over, her heart could not help but pound wildly. 3 thrones. Shao Qin actually collected 3 thrones. Very well. After I verify that there is no mistake, I will bring you and your friends out of this underworld land. Qing Cheng stretched out her hand, and the 8 ghost spirit locking defense formation on the 8 ghost palanquin opened a crack. Then, she tried to put the cycle banner in. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. A pair of pure white wings unfurled behind Shao Qin. He took a step forward, and his body turned into a beam of spiritual light. In the next moment, he arrived before Qing Cheng in the palanquin. All this happened in the time it took for a spark to fly, not giving Qing Cheng any chance to react. You! Qing Cheng's expression changed drastically as she quickly retreated. However, how could Shao Qin dodge so easily after storing up power for this attack? Shao Qin stretched out a finger and tapped Qing Cheng's forehead. A strong saber qi immediately flowed into Qing Cheng's meridians. A cold qi assaulted Qing Cheng, and sharp saber qi circled around all the vital points in her body continuously. As long as Shao Qin willed it, he could immediately kill Qing Cheng. Shao Qin put away the freedom wings on his back and waved his hand. He happened to catch the cycle banner, which had arrived a step too late, in his palm. He slowly withdrew his hand, and a crystalline flower appeared on Qing Cheng's forehead. Qing Cheng looked around, not daring to act rashly. Xiao Chen looked around and sighed to himself. This palanquin was much larger than he expected. This was especially so when there was a soft, white bed in the back. Xiao Chen casually put away the spirit vein floating in the air. Then he sat on the soft bed and smiled gently. Miss Qing Ching, you are really enjoying yourself. This palanquin is indeed comfortable. Qing Cheng's back faced Xiao Chen. She felt hatred and regret in her heart. She blamed herself for being too greedy. She wanted to obtain the death throne and drown this fellow. If she had just drowned this fellow, such a thing would not have happened. Now, this fellow would be able to counter her. When Qing Cheng heard Xiao Chen's words, she scolded, "Bastard! If you have the guts, then kill this lady. The specter ship will sink soon. None of your friends will survive. The wings on your back should have some restrictions in this dark underworld land, right? Otherwise, you would have fled with your friends long ago." Flying was not allowed in the underworld river. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not dare to take the risk. The Freedom Wings used the power of space. However, as Qing Ching said, there were indeed great restrictions here. The dark underworld was dark. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense could not see beyond a kilometer. When the magic skill, so close yet worlds apart, appeared before him, everything beyond a kilometer was dark. He did not dare to use it at all. Seeing that Xiao Chen did not say anything, Qing Cheng felt reassured. Given Xiao Chen's character, he would absolutely not abandon his friends. She still had the capital to negotiate with him. What's wrong? I guessed correctly. The specter ship can last for at most 10 minutes. Xiao Chen, after all your scheming, you still failed at the last step. If you have the guts, then kill me immediately. The life and death of your friends will depend on a single thought. Xiao Chen smiled gently, unconcerned. Then he flicked his finger, and Qing Cheng felt her body turn cold. Qing Cheng's white dress slid off, revealing her jade white back. Only a red doo-doo and underwear remained. Qing Cheng's face, which had just regained some confidence, now flushed red. She felt extremely bashful as she scolded, "Xiao Chen, you shameless, lecherous, despicable person!" Xiao Chen smiled softly and lay down on the large bed. Then he smiled nonchalantly and said, "This bed is really extraordinarily big. It is too much of a waste to sleep on one person. I feel that I should sleep on one more person in the future." Qing Cheng raged in her heart. She wished that she could immediately chop Xiao Chen in half. However, the crystalline flower on her forehead prevented her from moving at all. She regretted as much as she could. She should not have offended this fellow at all. Chapter 968. Despicable, despicable, shameless. Qing Cheng said through clenched teeth, her voice trembling somewhat. Xiao Chen flicked his finger again, and Qing Cheng's doo-doo instantly slipped off, scaring her into silence. Xiao Chen did not know what the scenery in front was like, nor was he in any mood to look. He said coldly, "Not going to speak any more? Very well, I'll speak. I'll only ask you one thing. Will you still use your friends to threaten me?" Most of the specter ship had already sunk. When Bai and the other two saw Xiao Chen charge into the 8 ghost palanquin, joy appeared on their faces. However, the 8 ghost palanquin did not move for a long time. The specter ship sank deeper and deeper. It looked like it would sink completely soon. Their expressions turned grave again. Bai said sullenly, "Elder brother Xiao Chen, something must have happened. There is no more time to wait. I'm going to activate my will clone." Yuan Su waved his hand to stop him. "Wait a little longer. Xiao Chen is not someone who would casually make a move just because he is confident. However, if we continue waiting, we will sink completely." Before Bai could finish speaking, a white light flashed in front. The 8 ghost palanquin swallowed up the three of them while the specter ship remained silent. The three of them landed on the palanquin. Xiao Qin and Qing Qing stood side by side. Qing Qing had already put on some clothes. Her pretty face was filled with frustration. There was an ice flower mark on her forehead, looking exceptionally eye-catching. Xiao Qin stood upright with a smile on his face. His expression was calm, without any fluctuations. Confusion filled Kong Yuan's face. He could not understand what was going on. Qing Qing, who hated Xiao Qin to the bone earlier, was now standing together with Xiao Qin for no reason. What's going on? This is... Xiao Qin smiled and said, It's nothing. Miss Qing Qing was just joking with everyone earlier. This palanquin has been temporarily given to us. Furthermore, it will travel with us. Is that true? Naturally, the three did not believe it. Even Bai looked at Qing Qing suspiciously, feeling that something was wrong. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he glanced at Qing Qing. Qing Qing smiled embarrassedly and said, Oh, this young lady has never been a bandit before. When I saw my old friend Xiao Chen, I could not help but crack a joke. Haha, please don't mind me. Regardless of whether he believed it or not, the 8 ghost palanquin moved freely under Xiao Chen's control, flying toward the other side of the netherworld. Along the way, Zhang Xian passed through thousands upon thousands of wandering souls, as if there was no one there. Inside the palanquin, Kong Yuan looked at the scene flashing by outside the window and clicked his tongue in wonder. The 8 ghost palanquin truly lives up to its reputation. It can even fly above the Netherworld River. As expected of a secret treasure refined by the ghost empress Shisen, Yuan Su thought of something and asked, I heard that the ghost empress Shisen's strength has soared in recent years. She has been trying to compete with the mountain monarch for the position of the ghost domain's lord. I wonder if they have fought. The mountain monarch was the lord of the ghost domain, the Dongyue ghost emperor. However, most people referred to him as the mountain monarch. Only the ghost race liked to use his full title. Qing Chang glanced at Yuan Su and said in surprise, This by face of yours seems to know a lot. However, whether they fought or not, what does that have to do with you? Why are you asking so much? The other party was Xiao Chen's friend, so Yuan Su could not lose his temper. He could only endure the rage burning on his fair face. This caused Kong Yuan, who was at the side, to laugh involuntarily. Suddenly, when Qing Qing saw Xiao Chen, she frowned slightly. Then she smiled apologetically and said, Sorry. This young lady usually speaks like this. Young Master Yuan, please don't blame me. Master's strength has indeed soared greatly. However, there is still a gap between him and the Ghost Emperor. Why would I invite trouble by fighting with him? Xiao Chen, who had been controlling the 8 ghost palanquin, suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. Earlier, he seemed to have overtaken the Medicine God Valley's specter ship. On the Underworld River in the Medicine God Valley's rented specter ship, this group of people stood at the bow of the ship. 6 people from the Medicine God Valley had come. One of them was an alchemist, and the others were cultivators that the Medicine God Valley nurtured themselves. They were all Grandmaster-level martial sages. As for the other 3 people who were not from the Medicine God Valley, their cultivations were even more incredible. They were only a step away from great Grandmaster-level martial sages. After several hundred years of cultivation, they could advance at any time. The person leading this group was a bona fide great Grandmaster-level martial sage. His name was Gongsun Hualong. Clearly, the group of 9 centered around the alchemist. This person's name was Wei Tao, and people called him Mr. Wei. He was one of the 3 Grandmaster-level alchemists of the Medicine God Valley. His alchemy ability and strength were even higher than Mr. Qin's. As Mr. Wei watched the 8 ghost palanquin fly over his head, a greedy look flashed in his eyes. 8 ghost palanquin. If we could use this palanquin, our chances of collecting the icy snow flame would increase by 50%. Unfortunately, Everyone knew what he meant even without saying. The 8-ghost palanquin was made by the ghost empress Shisen. In the ghost domain, no one would dare to offend the ghost empress Shisen by targeting the 8-ghost palanquin. Even after leaving the ghost domain, everyone would have to give the 8-ghost palanquin some face. Someone said, "Mr. Wei, there is no need to worry. With Senior Gongsun here, collecting the icy snow flame will be a piece of cake." Gongsun Hualong, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "It will not be that easy. The icy snow flame is one of the top 5 inattributed flames. It was born at the Last Breath Lake. I wonder what kind of powerful ghost is guarding it." Mr. Wei smiled and said, "Mr. Gongsun, don't be too pessimistic. Before this old man came here, I already found a soul-slaying mirror. I can use it to kill spirits and ghosts." Soul-slaying mirror? Gongsun Hualong's expression froze for a while. Then he said, "It should be a replica. If it is the real deal, then we will have 100% chance of success." Mr. Wei nodded. "Although it is a replica, it is still of a high grade. As long as we are careful, there should be no problem." The 8-ghost palanquin flew for an hour, passing through a foggy area. The scene before them changed drastically, and they could no longer see the underworld river. After flying for another hour, Shaoqin noticed that he had exhausted too much magic energy. So he put away the 8-ghost palanquin and formally entered the 9 layers of purgatory. The sky was boundlessly dark. A broken black sun hung in the distant horizon, not giving off any heat. Spatial tiers could be seen everywhere. It seemed like there was a small world in them, showing all sorts of terrifying scenes. The ground was covered in soft black sand. The black desert stretched as far as the eye could see. At the limits of Shaoqian's vision, there were some ancient palaces indistinctly visible like illusions. This place was silent, so quiet that it was scary. As a member of the ghost race, Qing was no stranger to this 9 layers of purgatory. She pointed to the desert below her and said, "This is the Mute Desert. During the Immortal epoch, this was the first layer of hell, the tongue-pulling hell. It specialized in punishing those who were glib-tongued, slanderous, sowing dissension and deceiving. There is an immortal pair of scissors, known as the Flood Dragon Scissors. They stretch the tongues of these talkative people for 50 kilometers. Depending on their crimes, they cut them into as many pieces as they wanted. Every cut would cause them to feel so much pain that they wished they were dead. For the more serious crimes, they had to be cut into millions of pieces. It would take at least 100 years before they could be reincarnated. So don't speak too much here. The mute ghosts underground hate hearing people speak the most." Qing appeared serious as she explained the various aspects of the Mute Desert in detail. When the group heard this, their hair stood on end and their expressions changed. Shaoqin showed a blank expression, not feeling anything. This was the martial epoch. The 6 paths of reincarnation had already shattered long ago. The ghosts and deities of hell no longer existed. No matter how horrifying hell was, it had nothing to do with them. You know how to get to the Yellow Springs Road, right? Ing Qiong had helped Shaoqin ask around. As long as he found the Yellow Springs Road, he would be able to find the Permitha flowers and the 3 Lifestone. The Permitha flowers bloomed on both sides of the Yellow Springs Road. They were fiery red everywhere, making them very easy to find. As for the 3 Lifestone, it was at the end of the Yellow Springs Road, beside the Bridge of Helplessness. As for where the soul-returning grass was, Shaoqin did not know. Originally, he had intended to ask the other ghost race cultivators. Now that Qing was here and the other party agreed to help, it would not be a problem. When Qing heard the words Yellow Springs Road, her expression changed slightly. She pulled Shaoqin to the side and said sullenly, "Yellow Springs Road! You actually want to go to the Yellow Springs Road? Didn't you say that you were only looking for the soul-returning grass?" Shaoqin said calmly, "I did not say that I was only looking for the soul-returning grass. I only asked you how to find the soul-returning grass. Qing Cheng said hatefully, if the 18 layers of hell were still around, you would have to spend 100 years in the hell of tongue-pulling. You would not dare to speak in your next life. I definitely will not go to the Yellow Springs Road. If you want to go, you can go by yourself. Xiao Qin smiled faintly and said, Liar. The one who should go to hell is you. You agreed to come with me and help me obtain what I want. That was why I decided to let you off and lend you the cycle banner for 3 months. You have to go to the Yellow Springs Road, even if you don't want to. Before Qing Cheng could reply, Xiao Qin turned and left. Qing Cheng clenched her teeth in hatred. However, when she touched the cold flower mark on her forehead, she could not do anything about it. Elder brother Xiao Qin, what's wrong with your friend? Is she not going to help us anymore? Bai asked worriedly as she looked into the distance at Qing Cheng, who was kicking the sand continuously. Kong Yuan also looked over curiously. If they had Qing Cheng's help, the danger of this trip would be significantly reduced. Yuan Su frowned and said, This woman is very strange. Furthermore, she is the Ghost Empress disciple. I don't think she is reliable. We should go by ourselves. Bai, you look very fair and clean, but you have a bad habit of speaking ill of people behind their backs. When have I ever said anything bad about you? A cold wind blew, and Qing Cheng silently arrived beside Xiao Qin. Xiao Chen was not surprised that Qing Cheng had returned. After he consoled Yuan Su, he said, How do we get to the Yellow Springs Road? Tell everyone. Originally, after leaving the underworld and passing the gates of hell, the Yellow Springs Road is the Yellow Springs Road. Unfortunately, the 6 paths of reincarnation shattered, an entire abyssal underworld fell into chaos. Who knows how many spaces it shattered into? The gates of hell also moved to another location, to the center of the 8th layer, Last Breath Lake. Last Breath Lake. There was a saying that when one breathed one's last breath, one would die without a doubt. That was one of the few dangerous places in the 9 layers of purgatory. No wonder Qing Cheng was unwilling to go. Boom! Just at this moment, a pitch-black flood dragon spirit suddenly flew out from the distance. Black sand fell from the sky as it reared its head back and roared ferociously. It seemed like someone was fighting with it. The silence of the mute desert was immediately broken. The entire desert suddenly started moving, and countless spirits leaped out. Chapter 969. Qing Cheng's expression did not change. She summoned out the black and white soul reapers with one hand. The moment the black and white soul reapers appeared, the spirits around Xiao Qin and the others all retreated in fear. Our luck is pretty good. We just arrived at the 1st layer of purgatory, and we already ran into someone who wanted to subdue this flood dragon scissors. We will probably be delayed for a while. Qing Cheng said casually, not finding this strange. However, Xiao Qin started thinking. The people from the Medicine God Valley should have already left the underworld. If they delayed for too long, it would be problematic if they ran into them. With one glance, Xiao Qin could tell that the people from the Medicine God Valley were elites. Furthermore, they even had a great Grandmaster-level martial sage leading them. Not to mention the fact that they were heading to the Yellow Springs Road now, which was not a good time to start a pointless battle. Even if they ran into each other, they would have to run as far away as possible. Roar! 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 The black desert looked like clouds hanging upside down in the sky. The pitch-black flood dragon spirit spat out demonic flames, baring its fangs and claws as it started a startling battle with that person. Its roar shook the surroundings. The dragon roar did not stop, reaching Xiao Chen's ears. He could not help but look over. Why were their dragon roars overlapping? Xiao Chen did not find it strange that the flood dragon spirit could roar. The person fighting the flood dragon seemed to be able to roar as well. This piqued Xiao Chen's curiosity. Furthermore, Xiao Chen found the dragon roar of that person somewhat familiar. However, he was too far away, and his spiritual sense could only extend 1 kilometer, so he could not figure it out. The spirits that flew out of the ground obeyed the flood dragon's ferocious roar and leaped towards it. Kong Yuan felt suspicious and asked, "Is this flood dragon really formed by that immortal scissors?" Originally, when Ching Chung said that this was the tongue-pulling hell and that there were immortal scissors, Kong Yuan thought it was a joke. Now that he saw the might of this flood dragon, it seemed like she was telling the truth. Naturally, it is real. However, it is no longer a treasure. After the immortal Tao died, its divine nature and immortal might no longer exist. It is now just an ordinary treasure. Once, Emperor Wu collected a flood dragon out of curiosity. Then he casually gave it to his disciple. Now, only some great Grandmaster-level martial sages have designs on this flood dragon. Even the blue-robed emperor does not care about it. Seeing that Kong Yuan did not believe her, Ching Chung casually explained. Xiao Qin muttered to himself, "Let's go. We can't keep waiting here. If it's just a great grandmaster, we can just charge through." After Xiao Qin spoke, he took the lead. Bai and Yuan Su followed, closely behind. Qing Ching stomped her feet and had no choice but to follow as well. None of them were slow, moving as fast as lightning. In less than the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, the battle between the black flood dragon and the human appeared in Xiao Chen's vision. The one fighting the black flood dragon was a burly, middle-aged ghost clan martial artist. As he raised his hands and feet, 10 heaven dragons faintly appeared behind him. When he punched out, there was an earth-shattering sound, causing the desert to surge into the sky like waves. The black flood dragon, on the other hand, was even more brutal. Vicious energy surged into the sky as it bared its fangs and brandished its claws, roaring in rage. Xiao Qin finally understood why the sound of that ghost clan martial artist's punches sounded so familiar. Like Xiao Qin, the other party's physical strength reached 5,000 tons of force, forming dragon energy. However, this person's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, already reaching 10 dragon force. A casual punch from this person contained more than 50 million tons of force. This was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the physical body. A rather horrifying feat hundreds of figures moved around the periphery of the battlefield, blocking the spirits flying over, preventing them from interfering with the ghost race great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Although these spirits were not strong, barely equal to inferior grade martial sages, there were too many of them. If they all charged over at once, even a great Grandmaster-level martial sage would find it somewhat problematic. Whoosh! 7 or 8 figures descended with strong winds, blocking Xiao Chen's path. Stop! The 2 leaders had pale skin and unconcealable death chi. The other 5 were all solid spirits. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched. These spirits were of high ranks. Furthermore, there were 5 of them. These people had significant backgrounds among the noble clans. My master's battle with this evil flood dragon has reached a critical moment. There is no room for anything unexpected to happen. Would you all please delay for a while? The yellow-clad person on the right said. Xiao Qin took a look. The other party's battle had indeed reached a critical moment. The flood dragon would not be able to hold on for much longer. If they rushed over, it would be hard to avoid these people's suspicions. Never mind, I can only wait for a while. Xiao Qin did not care about the 2 people before him. However, the ghost race, great Grandmaster-level martial sage, who could casually send out 10 dragon force, was not someone to be trifled with. Suddenly, the black-clad cultivator on the left looked at Ching Chung. A murderous intent immediately filled his eyes. Attack! These people were sent by the Ghost Empress disciple to cause trouble. Kassier. However, right after that black-clad cultivator spoke, a saber hum rang out. Xiao Qin moved even faster. The instant that black-clad cultivator's expression changed, he attacked at lightning speed. A bright moonlight shot out from his fingertip. This was the flawless bright moon of the flawless saber Dao. The saber light flashed, and the black-clad cultivator turned into a headless corpse. Bai, Yuan Su, and the other too quickly made their moves. When they worked together, they dealt with the other yellow-clad cultivator in an instant. Since their masters were already dead, the 5 strong spirits behind them naturally could not exist for long. They turned into motes of light and disappeared. Qing Cheng had an innocent expression as she muttered, "These are the people of the Ghost Monarch's faction. I already said to delay for a while before coming. However, you did not listen. You can't blame me for this." Xiao Chun looked around and happened to meet the gaze of the ghost race cultivator in the air. He felt an extremely dense killing intent. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, "Attack! Eliminate all the people in the surroundings." Xiao Chen had never been an indecisive person. Since they already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to explain anything. If one wanted to live, it was better to save oneself than to beg others. Along the way, Xiao Chen had already become the backbone of the group. Without saying anything else, Bai and the other 2 split up and started to eliminate the ghost race cultivators helping to block the spirits. Qing Cheng was slightly stunned. She had not expected Xiao Chen to be so decisive. He did not waste any time at all, even if he was about to face the rage of a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. She felt a chill in her heart for some reason. Making an enemy out of such a person was truly scary. Then Qing Cheng glanced at the ghost race, great Grandmaster-level martial sage fighting the evil flood dragon. A smile appeared on her face as she said, "Martial Uncle M.O., sorry." Qing Cheng really did not do it on purpose. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan were outstanding talents, taught by sovereign martial emperors. The Fox King had high hopes for Bai, a genius nurtured as the next Fiend King. Furthermore, there was Xiao Chen. Without a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, no one could stop such people. As the flood dragon roared ferociously, the spirits covered the sky and launched themselves at the ghost race great Grandmaster-level martial sage. The pressure on the flood dragon immediately lessened. The ghost race great Grandmaster-level martial sage showed a ferocious expression. His skin split open and blood flowed out. Every time he punched, 15 heaven dragons roared ferociously. This was a startling 15 strands of heaven dragon force. Junior, quickly stop. Otherwise, this 9 layers of purgatory will be your burial ground. The thunderous voice reverberated in the surroundings, containing a boundless killing intent. Xiao Chen ignored the voice. He was not a fool. If he really stopped, there would be no chance of survival. Xiao Chen could only let the spirits completely destroy this person and delay him. Only then would everyone have a chance of survival. Otherwise, no one here could receive more than 10 moves from a great Grandmaster-level martial sage that could erupt out with 15 strands of heaven dragon force. After about 7 minutes, the remaining ghost race cultivators either fled or died. All the openings opened up. The overwhelming number of spirits was like a sea drowning the ghost race great Grandmaster-level martial sage. The evil flood dragon roared happily and swung its tail. It quickly broke free and circled around in the air before burrowing into the ground. The 5 gathered together, all of them more or less injured. Xiao Qin rejoiced. Fortunately, he brought Bai and the other 2. Otherwise, he would not have been able to deal with such a situation alone. "Elder brother Xiao Chen, can we go now?" Bai asked as he put away the snow feather sword. The others also looked over, waiting for his answer. Xiao Chen's expression changed as he glanced at the black flood dragon descending to the ground. He said, "Qing Cheng, bring them away first. I'll follow later." The expressions of the others changed slightly. Qing Cheng exclaimed in shock, "You can't be thinking of targeting this black flood dragon spirit, right? No matter how weak the black flood dragon is, it is still as strong as a great Grandmaster-level martial sage." Xiao Qin said calmly, "Don't worry. I'm confident. This black flood dragon spirit is severely injured. This is the best opportunity. Even though Xiao Qin said that no one knew how strong the black flood dragon spirit's final counterattack would be, no one knew what would happen to the ghost race old man, who was surrounded by the sea-like spirits. If anything went wrong, he would be consigned to eternal damnation. Ching Cheng, do as I say. I have the freedom wings. It will be easy for me to catch up to you. A pair of wings unfurled on Xiao Chen's back. He shouted and his aura spread out. His long hair fluttered, and his figure became like a bright saber light. With one step, he arrived where the black flood dragon spirit landed. Let's go. Qing Qing did not say anything more. She led Yuan Su and the others to the next layer of purgatory. When the evil flood dragon spirit saw that someone dared to block it, it roared ferociously. The sound waves hurt Xiao Chen's eardrums. From top to bottom, the dragon might was terrifyingly dense. If a low-ranked cultivator were here, just the dragon might alone would be enough to crush them into dust. Naturally, Xiao Chen did not fear the dragon might. In the process of visualizing the Xiao clan's ancestor subduing dragons with his bare hands for the dragon subduing / Xiao Qin had already gained a deep comprehension of the words dragon subduing. Xiao Qin had even creatively merged all 13 moves of the Xiao clan's dragon subduing / forming the flawless blue dragon and the dragon subduing profound / just at small perfection. Xiao Qin could easily kill a Grandmaster level martial sage. If it reached great perfection, it would be even more incredible. With the heart of subduing dragons, Xiao Qin did not fear the dragon might. The one that should fear was the evil flood dragon spirit. Xiao Qin stomped on the ground with both of his feet. One after another, azure dragons floated around his body. There was a total of 18 of them. Auspicious clouds covered every blue dragon, causing a strong wind to blow. Dragon might spread for 5 kilometers around. Roar! The blue dragons roared ferociously in unison. The layered dragon might instantly overwhelmed the dragon might of the flood dragon spirit. Chop! Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes and waved his hand at the sky. The 18 azure dragon images turned into saber chi that reached the sky and the ground. Then they chopped down at the descending evil flood dragon spirit. The saber chi flying over seemed to be able to split the sky in half. The 18 saber chi linked together. The moment the first saber chi chopped down, the second one followed. Chapter 970. Bang, bang, bang. All the saber chi struck the flood dragon spirit at nearly the same time. Strands of black resentment spread out from the flood dragon spirit's body. The subduing dragon profound / nearly scattered this ferocious spirit, causing it to wail miserably in the air. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. Executing the subduing dragon profound / so quickly exhausted him significantly. However, Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. It looked like he had made the right bet. The Ghost Race's great Grandmaster level martial sage had severely injured this flood dragon spirit and was now very weak. Otherwise, given that it was as strong as a great Grandmaster level martial sage, the subduing dragon profound / would not have been able to inflict so much damage on it. The flood dragon spirit's eyes glowed red as it looked at Xiao Chen in despair. Then it let out a sorrowful roar and turned into a beam of black light charging at him. Xiao Chen's heart sank as he quickly dodged. This was the other party's final counterattack before death. The final counterattack of a great Grandmaster level martial sage would not be something that Xiao Chen could imagine. Pa! However, he was still too late. That black light was so fast that it surpassed the speed at which Xiao Qin could think. Just as he thought of fleeing, the black light stabbed into his chest. The black light pierced into his chest, and blood gushed out like a fountain from the wound. Black lines spread out from the wound in all directions. When Xiao Chun looked carefully, he discovered that the black light was actually a pair of black scissors. They were 1/2 meter long and had black dragon markings carved on them, giving them a spiritual charm. A vast, sea-like resentment immediately spread throughout Xiao Chen's body and quickly reached his brain. The cries of agony were endless, echoing incessantly in his mind. Xiao Chen bit the tip of his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood. His mind became much clearer. He endured the intense pain and grabbed the handle of the scissors. Then he pulled it out. Boundless black qi lingered around the bloody hole in Xiao Chen's chest. The evil flood dragon spirits counterattacked before death had pierced through him. If it had attacked at full speed, it would have torn his physical body to shreds. Fortunately, my firmament body tempering art has already reached consummation. As long as my heart is not shattered, I will be able to recover quickly. After vomiting another mouthful of blood, Xiao Qin started to size up the black scissors in his hand. According to Qing Cheng, this was an immortal scissors from the Immortal epoch. Unfortunately, the immortal Tao had been destroyed, hell had shattered, and reincarnation no longer existed. The immortal scissors had also lost its divine might and was now just an ordinary item. Even the blue-robed emperor didn't think much of it. However, no matter how ordinary it was, it had lost its divine might. The materials used to make the immortal scissors were genuine and top-notch divine materials. The 10,000-year-old flame crystal and 10,000-year-old refined iron that Situ Leihong needed were of great use to Xiao Chen's blue dragon body nourishing art. When the wound on his chest healed, Xiao Chen could not care about anything else. He circulated the blue dragon body nourishing art and swallowed the remaining half of the flood dragon scissors into his body. Roar! Just as he swallowed half of it, a dragon roar came from Xiao Chen's body. An azure dragon image appeared between his bones, swimming up and down his body. One dragon force. Unexpectedly, he gained an additional dragon force. Xiao Chen was greatly startled. What is going on? Even if the materials of this immortal scissors were incredible back then, it was still impossible for him to use it. Even if the materials used to make the immortal scissors were incredible, Xiao Chen estimated that even if he swallowed all of it, he would only gain half a dragon force at most. After all, back then, Xiao Chen had swallowed more than 500 tons of divine materials before he barely gained 1 dragon force. Now, the immortal scissors in his hand already gained 1 dragon force when he swallowed half of it. If he swallowed all of it, wouldn't he gain 2 dragon force? This was too strange. Xiao Chen did not understand. He could not figure out what was going on. However, the increase in his vital qi was real. There was no exaggeration at all, and it was not just a mirage. With a thought, Xiao Chen could easily feel the vital qi bursting out of his body. That was a bona fide 2 dragon force. When Xiao Chen swallowed the remaining half of the flood dragon scissors, his vital qi gained another dragon force, reaching 3 dragon force. Could it be because of the flood dragon spirit? Xiao Chen thought of an answer. It was very likely that the blue dragon body nourishing art increased dragon energy. This immortal scissors contained the ferocious spirit of a flood dragon from the Immortal epoch. By swallowing it, Xiao Chen could quickly increase his dragon energy. This opened a shortcut for Xiao Chen. In the future, if he swallowed secret treasures containing dragon spirits, the goal of 10 dragon force would no longer be as distant as it was in the beginning. Good. Indeed, riches are found amidst danger. This half of the flood dragon scissors is not much. However, it has opened a path for me, a shortcut to cultivating the blue dragon body nourishing art. Xiao Chen revealed an expression of wild joy. He glanced at the ghost race, great grandmaster level martial sage, who was still engulfed by the many spirits. Xiao Chen said his thanks softly and unfurled the freedom wings, quickly flying forward. Qin Cheng carried his cycle banner with her, so she could sense it. She was not afraid of getting lost in this 9 layers of purgatory with the 4. After 1 hour, The ghost race, great Grandmaster level martial sage, charged out of the encirclement in a sorry state. Black light filled the air. In just 1 hour, this person felt like a year and a half had passed. His face was filled with intense fatigue. Wave after wave of thousands of spirits were destroyed by this person's fists. If this person were at his peak, he would be able to charge out of the encirclement with a shout. However, after fighting with the flood dragon spirit for a long time, his body was no longer at its peak. He had even gone overboard a few times, causing significant damage to his body. The ghost race, great Grandmaster level martial sage, showed a sullen expression as he looked around. Most of the 100-odd people he brought were already dead, including a few of his prized disciples. A white-robed man? Since when did the Kunlun realm have such a decisive and sharp junior? How come I did not know about it? This person's expression turned terrifyingly sullen. Xiao Chen's face appeared in his mind again. He clenched his fist so hard that crackling sounds could be heard. He said angrily, "No matter how great your background is, there is no way for you to survive after offending me, Mo Lien, in this 9 layers of purgatory." Just at this moment, sonic booms resounded. Mo Lien felt several strong auras flying in his direction. One of them was no weaker than his at his peak. Mo Lien looked up and narrowed his eyes. He muttered, "So, it is the Medicine God Valley's people." This was not the first time the Medicine God Valley had come to the 9 layers of purgatory to obtain inattributed flames. Mo Lien did not find this strange. He had not recovered yet and did not wish to meet this group of people. "Haha, old Mo, please stop. Unexpectedly, we meet again here." When the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei saw Mo Lien, he showed a joyful expression and quickly called out, "Hey, how come old Mo is injured in the 1st layer of purgatory?" Mr. Wei asked doubtfully when he saw Mo Lien's injuries. Initially, Mo Lien did not want to bother with Mr. Wei. However, he suddenly remembered that Mr. Wei was a Grandmaster-level alchemist. He should have some sage, great essence, cultivating pills on him that could help him recover his vital qi and injuries quickly. If Mo Lien was lucky, he might be able to catch up to that white-clad brat. "I was ambushed by a white-clad youth. Mr. Wei, you came at the right time. How many sage, great essence, cultivating pills do you have? I'll buy them all." What kind of youth could even ambush the ghost races, Mo Lien? A white-clad youth? Suddenly, a thought occurred to Mr. Wei. He took out a painting and asked, "Brother Mo, is this the white-clad youth you mentioned?" When Mo Lien unfurled the painting, a boundless murderous intent immediately surged in his eyes. He asked coldly, "What is your relationship with this person? Why do you carry his painting on you?" Mr. Wei put away the painting and said, "Brother Mo, please do not misunderstand. Our Medicine God Valley has no relationship with this white-clad Xiao Qin." The 2nd layer of purgatory was called the Mirror of Sin Hell. It punished those who killed their relatives when they were alive, those who killed their parents or brothers. There was a mirror in there called the Mirror of Sin. With just a gentle shine, it could show the scene of one killing their relatives. It would place one in an illusion, repeating the scene over and over again. However, the pain of the person you injured would be multiplied by 1,000-fold. When you stab someone, you would have to endure the pain of 100 stabs. What was even more painful was the heartache. The despair of your relatives would be magnified 100-fold, forcing you to endure it yourself. You would have to endure both physical and mental pain. The cycle brought boundless torture, even more horrifying than the 1st layer of the Mirror of Sin Hell. However, that was a legend from the Immortal epoch. The current Mirror of Sin Hell was a mirror-like glacier. Rumor had it that it was formed by the Mirror of Sin. There were many mutated spirits in the glacier that merged with ice. They had already surpassed the category of spirits and were known as ice phantoms. After killing ice phantoms, one could obtain ice soul pearls. These pearls were of great, helped to cultivators who cultivated ice-attributed states. Hence, this layer of purgatory was much more popular than the Mute Desert. Occasionally, one could see cultivators fighting with ice phantoms. As Xiao Qin flew in the air, he casually killed a few ice phantoms that were not very strong. After that, he could no longer endure their harassment. After that, he could no longer endure the might of his immortal will of thunder and unleash the might of his immortal will of thunder. Phantoms feared lightning-attributed energy the most in the first place. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's small perfection saber soul was hidden within. With these two factors stacked together, the ice phantom's instinctive fear deterred them from offending Xiao Qin. Relying on his connection to the cycle banner, Xiao Qin quickly flew towards Bai and the others. Bai's group did not slow down. They probably knew that Xiao Qin had the freedom wings and would catch up to them sooner or later. Suddenly, Xiao Qin, who was flying quickly, paused in the air. 5 kilometers ahead, there was a man and a woman fighting an intense battle with 4 or 5 ice phantoms. Each ice phantom was at least 100 meters tall. The tallest was close to 200 meters tall. Their huge bodies were like small hills. Ice phantoms could increase their strength by swallowing their own kind. Normally, the larger they were, the stronger they were. Once they were over 100 meters tall, they were basically as strong as martial sages. A 200-meter tall ice phantom was already as strong as a medial grade martial sage. The man and woman had a hard time dealing with them. The woman was only an inferior grade martial sage. The man was slightly stronger, already a peak inferior grade martial sage. This man used good saber techniques and a strong saber intent. Even from a kilometer away, Xiao Qin could feel the sharpness of this man. This was a peak great perfection saber intent. Naturally, what made Xiao Qin stop was not this man's saber intent, but his saber technique, the 4 seasons saber technique. Spring, summer, autumn, and winter. 4 mysterious phenomena flashed around this man. This person was the lower realms by clans Bai Qi. Bai Qi seemed to have made some improvements to this 4 seasons saber technique. Although it was not as good as Xiao Chen's, it was still very incredible. Chapter 971. Bai Qi fought the 200-meter tall ice phantasm alone. Occasionally, he would make a move to help the other girl. Xiao Qin had not expected to meet the other party in the 9 layers of purgatory. After observing the girl's situation, he discovered that she cultivated the ice-attributed state. He reckoned that Bai Qi had risked his life for this woman. "Senior brother, don't bother about me. Go on by yourself." The girl revealed a sorrowful expression on her delicate face. When the two entered this sin-mirroring hell, they had been very careful not to offend overly strong existences. However, they had not expected a 200-meter tall ice phantom to emerge from the ground, resulting in the current situation. Dang! Bai Qi executed cycle of seasons and seasons, knocking back the 200-meter tall ice phantasm again. He said sullenly, "Don't speak nonsense. Later, I'll find an opportunity to delay these ice phantasm. You take the opportunity to leave. I'll follow soon after." However, based on Bai Qi's current state, he was already overwhelmed. If he managed to delay all 4 ice phantasms, how could he survive? Bang! Just at this moment, a figure descended from the sky. With a punch, he blasted the small mountain-sized ice phantasm into countless ice shards flying everywhere. The 3 dragon images formed by the wind in the sky slowly vanished, turning into strong winds that blew away. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and stretched out his hand amid the ice shards filling the sky. A fist-sized black ice pearl appeared in his hand. Within the ice pearl, one could faintly see a wisp of a vengeful spirit wailing at the top of its lungs. This was the ice soul seed. When the largest ice phantasm died, the other ice phantasms let out strange cries and fled frantically. The pressure on Bai Qi decreased, and they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. However, their expressions remained grave. The strength of the person in front far surpassed the two of them. If he wanted to, he could casually kill the two of them. There were not many kind people who came to the 9 layers of purgatory. The situation might not be any better than before. Brother Bai, it has been a long time since we parted at Hunluo City. Xiao Qin turned around and handed the ice soul seed to Bai Qi. Bai Qi was stunned for a while before smiling in pleasant surprise. Unexpectedly, I met Brother Xiao here. This is my junior sister, Niaran. Junior sister, this is Xiao Qin, who came with me from the Sky Dome realm. The white-robed Xiao Qin who will be conferred king in half a year. Niaran's eyes lit up. Clearly, she had heard of Xiao Qin's name before. However, she had not expected him to know the senior brother that she admired. Niaran's eyes lit up. She had clearly heard of Qi's name before, but she had not expected him to know the senior brother she admired. Xiao. He wanted to obtain the Ice Soul Orb to help him pass the trials and increase his chances of success, so he came to 9 Hells Purgatory to try his luck. Many thanks to Xiao Qin for making a move this time. If not for you arriving at the right time, junior sister, and I would not have survived. This matter was not worth mentioning. When an old friend was in trouble, how could he ignore it? Furthermore, it was just a casual strike. To Xiao Qin, this was nothing. Where is Xian Yuan Zhantian? If I remember correctly, he seems to be in the same sect as you. Why didn't you come with him? Xiao Qin thought of another old friend and asked. Bai Qi smiled helplessly and said, his talent and potential are better than mine. The sect can no longer hide him. He left the sect 3 years ago, and I haven't heard from him for a long time. Xian Yuan Zhantian cultivated the state of kingship. With his accumulations, if he could really rise up, his strength could not be underestimated. After much difficulty, Xiao Qin finally met with an ancient person from the Sky Dome realm. Just as he was about to chat with him, his expression suddenly changed. Earlier, in that instant, Xiao Qin felt an intense fluctuation from the cycle banner. Qing Qing must have encountered a difficult battle, so she took out the cycle banner to face her enemy. Given the strength of Bai, Yuan Su, and the others, unless they met a strong opponent, Qing Qing would not use the cycle banner. Sorry, my friend ran into some trouble. I have to rush back. Bai Qi said, after obtaining the Ice Soul Pearl, junior sister, and I will be returning as well. Before leaving, Xiao Qin thought of something and handed Bai Qi a dragon pearl. This was the essence of the old ice dragon beside the Tianwu Emperor's grave for tens of thousands of years. This dragon pearl can save your life when necessary. Take care. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Qin's 4 seasons saber technique had been imparted to him by a senior of the Bai clan. Without that senior's teachings, he would not have created his flawless 4 seasons. Now that they met, this dragon pearl could be considered repaying the other party's kindness. Senior brother, so it turns out that you and the white-robed Xiao Qin are acquainted. Why haven't you mentioned it before? Niaran fiddled with the ice soul root in her hand, appearing extremely excited. Seeing the ice shards falling from the air, Bai Qi did not reply to his beloved junior sister. Instead, he smiled in disappointment and frustration. With one casual punch, Xiao Qin instantly killed the ice soul that Bai Qi did not have confidence in even if he used his full power. Compared to when they met in Hunluo City back then, Xiao Qin's strength had already reached a level that Bai Qi could no longer fathom. Back then, during the 5 Nations contest in Dragon Sealing City, Bai Qi and Xiao Qin had been outstanding talents of the Sky Dome realm. Now, the difference between them was like clouds and mud. Bai Qi thought about Xian Yuan Zhantian's bold words when they parted, saying that he would catch up to Xiao Qin within 10 years. Suddenly, he felt that this was a distant goal. There was a kind of person who, once surpassed, would only grow farther and farther away. In the end, one would not even be able to see their backs. As for Xiao Qin, he was such a person. Given the strength of Qing Qing and the others, they would not use the cycle banner unless they met a strong enemy. Xiao Qin felt suspicious. Could he have met a great Grandmaster-level martial sage? Since when did great Grandmaster-level martial sages become so common? In the 9 ranks of the great families, there were only 2 great Grandmaster-level martial sages. How could there be great Grandmaster-level martial sages in the 9 layers of purgatory? Furthermore, of all the great Grandmaster-level martial sages, Xiao Qin ended up in conflict with Bai and the others. With a thought, he directly summoned out the 8 ghost palanquin. If he could not use so close yet worlds apart, he would not be able to use it. If he could not use so close yet worlds apart, the speed of this 8 ghost palanquin would be even faster than the Freedom Wings. The only problem was that it exhausted more secret treasures. If not for his magic energy, he would not dare to use this 8 ghost palanquin at full power. The 8 ghost palanquin moved as fast as lightning in the sky of the Sin mirroring hell, moving like a flash of light. It was so fast that it felt like a gentle breeze. At the intersection of the 2nd layer of the Sin mirroring hell and the 3rd layer of the Sin mirroring hell, Qing Qing fought an intense battle with a ghost race man wearing black battle armor. That black-clad ghost race man did not look very old. However, he was a Grandmaster-level martial sage. 8 different sabers were stabbed into the back of this black-clad battle armor man. His aura was startling. As they fought, Qing Qing found it extremely taxing to hold on. As for Bai and the other 2, they were each occupied by a 500-meter-tall ice phantasm. They could not help at all. Whoosh! The black-clad man stretched out his hand and took out a black saber from his back. This saber had a strange shape. It was about 1 meter long, wide at the top and narrow at the bottom. The tip of the saber was flat. When the black-clad man swung the saber, a black saber chi knocked away the boundless starlight pouring over from the cycle banner. The advantage of his cultivation allowed the black-clad man to knock Qing Qing back 100 meters. She could not stand stably, and the chi and blood in her body surged. The black-clad man said expressionlessly in a cold voice, "It looks like your 8 ghost palanquin is indeed not in your hands. In that case, you can go and die today." Qing Qing put away the banner and sighed in her heart at her bad luck. She said softly, "Xie Zishuan, I advise you to leave immediately. Otherwise, you will not be able to leave even if you want to." Xie Zishuan smiled and said, "What's wrong? You still have reinforcements. Good, I'll come and see which great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the Ghost Empress's faction will rush over to save you." Coincidentally, I just advanced to Grandmaster-level martial sage. Let's see if I can use a great Grandmaster-level martial sage as a sacrifice. The black-clad man's figure flashed, and he charged over to Qing Qing again, hacking down with his saber. A ferocious evil spirit appeared on the saber, adding a boundless might to this saber strike. Qing Qing sighed and shook the cycle banner in her hand. The banner unfurled, and 7 stars leaped out one after another, forming a Big Dipper formation. Starlight filled the sky, intertwining with the tricolored light of massacre, death, and ruin. The viscous starlight slowed Xie Zishuan's movements. Qing Qing found an opportunity to dodge this saber strike. Then she summoned out the black and white soul reapers and surrounded the black-clad man. Qing Qing's hands did not stop moving as she quickly formed hand seals. Many strong spirits appeared in the air, surrounding Xie Zishuan. Your Ghost Empress's faction is the best at refining spirits. However, you do not know that these mere worldly possessions are not worth mentioning before a true expert. Whoosh! 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 The other 7 sabers on the black-clad man's back all flew out. He took a step forward, and his figure split into 8, each holding a saber. Each saber had a different ferocious evil spirit attached to it. Each of them used a different saber technique, but they were connected to each other, vaguely appearing in the world. It was like a new world was born. Ghosts and gods descended. Black chi surged, and a faint divine might spread out. Ghosts howled, and black light shone everywhere, looking incredibly terrifying. Qing Cheng's expression changed slightly. You actually succeeded in practicing the Avicii saber technique. Haha, now you know fear, right? After Master, I am the second person of the ghost race to successfully practice the Avicii saber technique. The master of the ghost domain will definitely be me. This is just an incomplete version of the Avicii Hell. When I summon out the complete version of the Avicii Hell, I will dare to compete with the blue-robed emperor. The black saber chi shattered the many spirits. Soon, only the black and white soul reapers remained of the large number of spirits, holding on bitterly. Qing Qing could not help feeling bitter. Xie Zixuan truly lived up to being the top disciple of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. She wondered why she was so unlucky to run into a Grandmaster-level martial sage in the sin-mirroring hell. If Qing Qing had the 8 ghost palanquin, she would be able to move even faster than Xiaoqin. That would be more than enough for her to protect herself. Perhaps if she had another month, she could use the cycle banner to raise her cultivation to a higher level and summon out the clones of the 10 Yama Kings. The 8 clones merged into one, and the black and white soul reapers were chopped into 100 pieces. Then Xie Zixuan appeared before Qing Qing once again, wearing the black battle armor, and sheathed the 8 ghostly sabers on his back. Qing Qing waited solemnly as she hovered the cycle banner above her head. The starlight of massacre, death, and ruin mixed with starlight, encasing her and forming a barrier of starlight. Xie Zixuan frowned slightly. He did not know what kind of secret treasure this astral banner was. Unexpectedly, it managed to neutralize his attacks multiple times. If not for Xiao Chen's breakthrough in cultivation, he would not have been able to deal with Qing Qing, who held the astral banner. Chapter 972. However, that did not matter. This astral banner would be his soon. No matter how powerful a secret treasure was, the other party would run out of energy eventually. Receive another saber strike from me. Avicii Hell, 8 Division, Heavenly Ghost. Xiao Qin shouted and took 8 steps in the air. With each step, he left behind an unscattering ghost image in the air. His aura continued to soar. After 8 steps, the saber light in Xie Zixuan's hand was like a ghost attacking, shaking the world. Qing Cheng's expression turned grave. The might of this saber strike was sufficient to shatter the barrier of the starry heavens and injure her. She could not leave even if she wanted to. She could only clench her teeth and endure. She circulated the law energy in her body, preparing to resist this saber strike head-on. Whoosh! Just at this moment, Qing Cheng suddenly felt that the cycle banner no longer obeyed her commands. She squinted and saw a white figure flashing by, holding the cycle banner in his hand. With a casual wave, the 7 stars returned to their positions. Then, Xiao Qin drove his law energy, bringing out all the power of massacre, death and ruin in Merak, Migres, and Fekta. Massacre, ruin, and death. 3 ancient black characters materialized on the banner pole. The 3-colored light mixed with the starlight and immediately formed a vast sea with undulating waves. The will of massacre, the sound of ruin, and the sound of silent death reverberated endlessly in the air. The cycle banner's might was completely unleashed. Boom! It blocked Xie Zixuan's 8 Division, Heavenly Ghost in midair. Qing Cheng's face lit up in joy. Xiao Qin finally arrived. If he had been any later, the consequences would have been hard to predict. Xie Zixuan spun around, and the afterimages of the 8 Division Heavenly Ghost returned to his back. He showed a slightly shocked expression. He had not expected the cycle banner to erupt with such might. However, when he stood still and saw Xiao Chen's cultivation, he calmed down. Then he looked at the 8 ghost palanquin behind him and understood what was going on. The The two exchanged secret treasures. Xiao Qin could not help but smile. The ghost empress, Shi Sin's favorite disciple, actually chose a human cultivator who was only a superior grade martial sage. If they didn't have a close relationship, why would they exchange secret treasures? Qingqing, is this the reinforcement you spoke of? My ghost race has so many talented geniuses, yet you actually chose a human cultivator. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. He did not know what this person meant. He handed the cycle banner back to Qingqing and said, "Go and save Bai and the others. Leave this to me." "You want to leave? Ask me first." Xie Zixuan's figure split up again. Each of his 8 clones held a weapon. The vague outline of the Avicii hell descended from the sky. Torrential death aura poured out endlessly, looking extremely terrifying. Xiao Chen's expression involuntarily turned grave. This saber technique was really strange. He did not know how it was cultivated, but the mysterious phenomenon it materialized was actually so real. However, he didn't have the time to think of a way to break it. He could only break it with brute force. A beam of divine light descended from the sky. Xiao Chen executed the myriad heaven divine fists deities descending. Xiao Chen charged up 3 dragon force. Due to the limitations of his body, he did not dare to bring out the 10-fold combat prowess, so he held back a small portion. His punch instantly reached 20 dragon force. 20 heaven dragon images roared ferociously behind Xiao Chen. Dragon might spread out endlessly. Bang! The might of one punch shattered the vague outline of the Avicii held before Xie Zixuan's incredulous gaze, collapsing completely. The 8 clones fell to the ground at the same time and vomited a mouthful of blood before merging back together. Xiao Chen's pale face turned ashen as he coughed endlessly. He felt like his internal organs had all cracked. Xie Zixuan glanced at Xiao Chen in horror. Then he stood up and fled in a sorry state. Xiao Chen did not give chase. He looked at the cracked skin on his palm and the aching bones under the flesh. He frowned slightly and said, "It looks like 10 dragon force is what my body can endure. If I add another 10 dragon force, I might not be able to endure it. At most, I can use it twice in a row." Qingqing, who had not flown far away, rushed over to help. When she saw Xie Zixuan quickly fleeing, she felt somewhat dazed. Xiao Chen felt a little dazed. Why did such a huge change happen the moment he turned around? Xie Zixuan had used a secret technique to summon the 5 gigantic ice phantoms together with a single-use secret treasure. Now that the other party had fled in defeat, the summoning ice phantoms naturally fled far away. When Xiao Chen saw the 500-meter-tall ice phantoms, he trembled in fear. He did not know how Xie Zixuan had summoned them. The other party's final saber technique was also very strange. If not for a fortuitous encounter, Xiao Chen would not have been able to increase his vital qi significantly. Even Xiao Chen's subduing dragon profound slash would not have been able to break it. At most, it would have been slightly stronger. It would not have forced the other party to retreat so decisively. When Bai and the others met up, Xiao Chen heard about what happened. Then, he stared at Qingqing's startling face. Xiao Chen was the one who caused the 2 troubles in the 9 layers of purgatory. Qingqing felt somewhat diffident from Xiao Chen's stare. She said, "Don't look at this lady." Who could have imagined that Xie Zixuan just happened to break through and even ran into him in the 9 layers of purgatory? However, Xiao Chen did not say anything. He quickly stretched out his hand, and his fingertip landed on Qingqing's forehead. Before Qingqing could react, she felt the restriction of the cold saber qi that Xiao Chen left in her body slowly draining away. After all the cold qi was gone, Xiao Chen withdrew his hand. A crystalline ice wandering flower appeared in his palm. Qingqing heaved a sigh of relief. Then she looked at Xiao Chen with a strange expression and asked, "What do you want to do?" Xiao Qin smiled faintly and replied, "What do you want me to do?" Seeing Xiao Chen's expression that was not a smile, Qing Cheng blushed slightly. After a while, her expression returned to normal. She asked, "Why did you remove the restriction? Are you not afraid that I will sneak away? Let's go. We don't need you on the road to the Yellow Springs anymore." The moment Xiao Qin said that, the others could not help but find it strange. They did not know why Xiao Qin made such a decision. Even Qing Cheng felt surprised. Then she rejoiced. She smiled and said, "Since you said it, you can't go back on your word. This lady is not going back on my word." Xiao Qin said calmly, "If you still don't leave, I might change my mind. I'll lend you the cycle banner. Leave your 8 ghost palanquin to me. We can exchange it after we come out." Qing Cheng giggled and took the ice-wandering flower from Xiao Chen's hand. She said, "That suits me. I'll take care of this flower. As a reward, I'll give you a sentence. Don't look back on the road to the Yellow Springs." Melodious laughter echoed in Xiao Chen's ears. Qing Cheng's figure flashed, moving far away. In a few breaths, she disappeared from the sight of Xiao Chen and the others. "Xiao Chen, why did you let her go?" "We will definitely need her for the rest of the journey," Kong Yuan said, feeling confused. The few of them had long suspected that Xiao Qin and Qing Cheng were not friends. At this moment, they were not surprised that Xiao Chen laid his cards on the table. They only felt that it was strange that Xiao Qin let Qing Cheng go. Xiao Qin said softly, "We met with trouble twice in a row because of her. I don't know if it is a coincidence or if she played some trick. In any case, if she is not willing to go, let her be. This matter is very important. I'm not willing to gamble." Everyone thought for a while. This was indeed too much of a coincidence. If there were such coincidences along the way, it would be very troublesome. It would be fine if it was a coincidence. However, if it was not, it would be terrifying. Let's rest here for the night. We will continue on our journey tomorrow. The few of them had experienced a huge battle and were definitely somewhat fatigued. Xiao Chen had overloaded himself with 20 dragon force. His body needed time to recover as well. The Sin mirroring hell was filled with mirror-like glaciers. There was no distinction between day and night. Resting for the night was just getting used to the division of time on land. The group remained silent. Amidst the silence, Bai and the others slowly circulated their qi. Xiao Chen looked at the cracks on his skin. The wounds had not healed yet, and there were still many tiny cracks in his bones. Occasionally he felt pain. After obtaining the Flood Dragon Scissors, Xiao Chen gained an additional 2 dragon force. However, his body did not absorb much divine materials, which could not keep up with the growth of his vital qi. Otherwise, with his 10-fold combat prowess and 30 dragon force, Xiao Chen was confident of dealing with a great Grandmaster-level martial sage of the ghost race, catching him off guard and even severely injuring him. On the surface, the divine materials that Xiao Chen absorbed in the heavenly ruin wasteland only increased his strength by 1 dragon force. However, it was steady and steady. The divine materials had already strengthened his physical body. Otherwise, Xiao Chen would not have dared to burst out with 10 dragon force with a rank 3 sage body. That ghost race, great Grandmaster level martial sage, clearly had a peak rank 4 sage body, which was why he could casually bring out 10 dragon force. However, it was still somewhat taxing for him to bring out 15 dragon force. If the other party's physical body could keep up, given his hundreds of years of accumulations, he should be able to triple his combat prowess and bring out 30 dragon force. Unfortunately, the other party did not have the blue dragon body nourishing art. A heaven-defying cultivation technique like that was stuck at the bottleneck of his physical body. Without a fortuitous encounter, he would not be able to take another step forward. Xiao Chen thought to himself, "After I go out, the auction for the longevity fruit that Ying Qiong helped organize should be over. At that time, I will use this large sum of astral coins to search for secret treasures containing dragon souls and raise my basic dragon energy to 10 dragon force. Once I enter the second layer of the blue dragon body nourishing art, my physical body will advance to a rank 4 sage body. On the other side, after Ching Chung traveled 50 kilometers, she stopped before an icy peak. She looked around expressionlessly, and her lips started to move silently. Waves of cryptic information quickly spread in all directions. In just a short moment, 2 figures quickly flew towards Ching Chung. One of them was Jiang Qingzi, who had been defeated by Shao Qin. The other was an old man who was a bona fide great grandmaster. "Congratulations on breaking free, young miss," the two said joyfully when they landed. Qing Cheng nodded slightly and said, "How did Shao Chen's strength improve so much in such a short time?" "He managed to shatter Xie Zixuan's Avicii hell with one punch." "Did you discover anything while following behind him?" Jiang Qingzi answered honestly. "He seems to have cultivated a strange cultivation technique that can absorb secret treasures to increase his strength. After he absorbed the flood dragon scissors, his strength increased explosively." "So that's how it is." Qing Chung toyed with the frost-lingering flower in her hand, thinking of something. Jiang Qingzi looked around and suggested, "Young miss, since you already broke free, should we make a move on Shao Qin? Elder Han is still observing them from a distance." The death chi of the 9 layers of purgatory shrunk the senses of cultivators. However, the ghost race cultivators were not restricted, so they had a great advantage. The moment Qing Chung stepped into the mute desert, she used the ghost race's secret language to inform the experts of the Ghost Empress faction in the 9 layers of purgatory to follow her. Chapter 973. However, Shao Chen's spiritual sense was limited. Furthermore, Qing Cheng's movements were very secretive, so he did not discover her. Qing Cheng put away the wandering flower in her hand and said with a serious expression, "You are so long-winded. When is it your turn to make decisions? Call Elder Han back and have him help me find a stalk of soul-returning grass in 1 month." Jiang Qingzi could not help feeling stunned after being reprimanded. However, he still obeyed the order and left. Qing Chung hesitated for a while before saying, "Marshal Uncle Feng, just continue following them. Inform me when you reach the gates of hell. I should make a trip to the Yellow Springs Road and the Bridge of Helplessness." After the old man left, Qing Cheng summoned out the cycle astral banner. The entire banner pole flickered with black death chi. She muttered, "With the help of this boundless death chi, I should be able to break through my bottleneck in 1 month. Xie Zixuan, at that time, let me see if the spirit technique is weak or not." After 1 night, Shao Qin and the others recovered to their peak states. Then they started to follow the directions on the map and rushed to the 8th layer of the skin-flaying hell. Along the way, they had to pass through several layers of hell. Each layer had changed during the martial epoch, but the danger had not decreased at all. Without Qing Cheng's directions, Shao Qin and the others moved much slower. Sometimes they even took some detours, even running into some forbidden areas. However, there were benefits as well. There were no more coincidences, and they did not have to fight with other ghost race experts. After spending close to 1 month, the 4 finally arrived at the 8th layer of the skin-flaying hell. This was a vast forest made up of black iron trees. Intact human skins hung from the treetops, looking sinister and horrifying. The group carefully walked through the forest, heading for the legendary place of certain death, the place where one breathed the last breath of life. Practically no other cultivators could be seen in the 8th layer of hell. No other sounds could be heard in the forest, either inspiring extreme pressure. In addition, there were countless intact human skins. When the wind blew, they would sway. It was as if they were alive, and it would make one's hair stand on end. However, as Shao Qin walked in fear, nothing happened. He arrived at the shore of Last Breath Lake. Shao Qin vaguely felt that something was wrong, and he became even more cautious. The Last Breath Lake definitely did not have an undeserved reputation. Otherwise, the phrase Last Breath Lake would not have spread so widely in the world. The four arrived at the shore of Last Breath Lake without any mishaps. Then they stood by the lake, not moving forward. Along the way, every level of hell had different dangers, and the hell of skinning was no exception. The water of the Last Breath Lake was clear and translucent, flat like a mirror, and its surface emanated strands of cold air. Standing on the shore, Zhang Xian had to circulate his jinqi to resist the cold. Otherwise, if the cold energy entered his body and turned into cold poison, it would be quite troublesome. What a heavy chill! Brother Shaoqin, where is the gates of hell? How do we get there? Bai looked at the boundless lake and asked Shaoqin. Qingqing said that the gates of hell were in the middle of the lake. However, all she could see was the smooth surface of the lake. She did not see any sign of the gates of hell. There was an island in the middle of the lake, but it was too far to see clearly. Shaoqin muttered to himself for a while. Then he grasped the air with his right hand, and he caught some air currents. Then he quickly formed hand seals with his left hand, executing the life bestowal spell. Soon, a figure similar to Shaoqin landed on the ground. Right now, Shaoqin's magic energy had increased greatly. He could execute the life bestowal spell with a casual grab. However, the vessel was not a spiritual item, so it would not have much combat prowess. Under Shaoqin's command, the puppet leaped into the air and flew towards the surface of the Last Breath Lake. However, before it landed on the water, it was frozen into an ice sculpture. The puppet landed in the water with a splash, and Shaoqin's spiritual sense broke. His expression could not help but turn grave. Kong Yuan frowned and said, "This cold qi is extraordinarily horrifying. I estimate that we can only bring out 60 to 70% of our strength at best. If only that Qingcheng were here, she would know what to do." Standing in such a biting cold qi, one would have to constantly exhaust law energy to protect themselves. Naturally, they would not be able to bring out their full combat prowess. Shaoqin entered deep thought. A fierce purple flame started gathering in his right eye. With a thought, the purple thunder, true fire, surged out of his right eye and headed for the Last Breath Lake. A sizzling sound immediately resounded on the surface of the lake. Mist slowly rose up. The clear lake water quickly evaporated. Soon, a huge pit appeared where the purple thunder, true fire, covered. However, the expected whirlpool did not appear. Silently, the lake water slowly filled up. It was extremely strange. Never mind. We will not be able to find out anything like this. I'll go over and take a look first. You all can come back after there is no danger. Since he did not find anything, Shaoqin put away the purple flame and prepared to go over personally. Yuan Yen said sullenly, "Let's go down together. At least we can take care of each other. I believe that the gates of hell are on that island." Shaoqin thought about it and agreed. Given their strength, if they worked together, they would be able to deal with a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. The gates of hell might very well be at the center of the lake. Just at this moment, Shaoqin casually glanced around and discovered some extremely shallow footprints on the ground. If one did not look carefully, one would not notice them at all. The others noticed Shaoqin's gaze and quickly looked over. They discovered the existence of footprints as well. Someone had been here before, and it was more than one person. Shaoqin compared the footprints of this group of people to the footprints of his four companions. The footprints of two of these people were even shallower than those of Shaoqin's group of four. Sometimes the things that one accidentally left behind were the most authentic. If one did not do it on purpose, the depth of the footprints could reveal a person's strength and control of their body. From this, one could tell the strength of the owner of the footprints. Bai said somewhat worriedly, "The strength of these people is not simple. Two of them are suspected to be great Grandmaster-level martial sages. I don't know. What are they here for? Could they be here for the gates of hell as well?" Yuan Su shook his head and said, "That should not be the case. The 9 layers of purgatory abounds in inattributed flames. This group of people should be here to hunt for inattributed flames. There were no treasures on the Yellow Springs Road. Most people would not rush there for no reason. Xiao Qin immediately thought of the group of people from the Medicine God Valley. This was going to be somewhat problematic. He could only hope that the inattributed flames that the other party sought were not on the island in the center of the lake. Let's go. Xiao Chen took the lead and leaped forward. There was a formless pressure in the air, preventing Xiao Chen from flying. He could only walk on the water. Cold qi spread out and immediately froze Xiao Chen's feet. This is really troublesome. Xiao Chen circulated his energy and shattered the ice. Then he continued forward. Bai and the others followed behind. As Xiao Chen walked on the lake, his law energy was constantly being drained. Otherwise, he would turn into an ice sculpture in a moment. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt something catch his foot. At first, he thought that it was the cold qi increasing. However, a strong force pulled him down. Only then did he realize that something was wrong. It was actually a skeleton hand. However, Xiao Chen possessed great vital qi. Every move he made contained 3 dragon force. How could he get pulled down? Xiao Chen kicked upward with his right foot. Water splashed everywhere, and Xiao Chen flung out a skeleton ghost that only had a skeleton remaining. Gaga gaga! My skin! My skin! The skeleton opened its mouth and screamed indistinctly. Then it spun in the air and shot toward Xiao Chen. Kassier! Kassier! Before Xiao Chen could make a move, Bai, who was at the side, drew the snow feather sword in his hand. A few strands of sword qi chopped the skeleton ghost into pieces. Elder brother Xiao Chen, are you all right? Bai asked out of concern. Xiao Chen waved his hand and said, I'm fine. Hey, be careful. The moment the skulls shattered into pieces fell into the water, they reformed and charged at Xiao Bai's back. Xiao Chen quickly rushed forward and sent out a beam of light from his fingertip, shattering the skeleton ghost into pieces again. Quick, let's go. These monsters cannot be killed. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, skeleton ghosts continuously appeared from the water, blocking the group's path. They screamed, my skin! My skin! My skin! Their voices made one's hair stand on end. Bang! 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 Xiao Chen led the way. As he faced the pressing cold qi at the bottom of the lake, he had to deal with the skeleton ghosts flying at him from the front. The skeleton ghosts could not be killed. They came endlessly, increasing in number as they killed. After 4 hours, the group had traveled less than 5 kilometers. They were still a long way from the island in the center of the lake. If they ran out of stamina, they would really die before they could reach the small island. The skeleton ghosts were not strong. At best, they were equivalent to peak martial monarchs. However, they could not be killed. There were many of them. If an inferior grade martial sage came, they would die in one exchange. Kong Yuan's voice trembled somewhat as he said, could it be that the skinning skeletons from the hell of skin flaying were all tossed into this lake? Xiao Chen thought about the densely packed human skins in the Cyan Forest. There were at least 1 million of them. The formless pressure in the sky persisted. Xiao Chen felt like Last Breath Lake was a prison with the sky as the top and the water as the bottom. Before these unkillable ghosts, it felt like any strong martial technique was just a decoration. Yuan Su and the others had executed a heaven-ranked martial technique that covered a large area earlier. However, these ghosts came back to life in the blink of an eye. On the other hand, they had exhausted a significant portion of their law energy. Yuan Su frowned heavily and no longer dared to waste his law energy. Just as the group considered retreating, Xiao Chen suddenly remembered that he still had a reincarnation lamp in his universe ring, which specialized in killing ghosts. Protect me. I'll chase these ghosts away. The eyes of Bai and the other 2 lit up. They each guarded a side, quickly surrounding Xiao Chen. not letting the other skeleton ghosts disturb him. The reincarnation lamp appeared in Xiao Chen's palm. Then he gently tossed it into the air and flicked some essence blood onto the lamp's wick. The flickering lamp flame lit up, and rings of light appeared behind the ancient lamp. As Xiao Chen drove his magic energy, the illusory figure in the light slowly became clearer. The immortal Tao honors life, boundlessly delivering people. Once I recite the scriptures, all the great sages praise me for being benevolent. Twice I recite the scriptures, and withered bones are reborn. Thrice I recite the scriptures, and then I cross the cycle of reincarnation. Immortal Qi surrounded the illusory figure as it opened its mouth and recited the mysterious scriptures. The scriptures contain the power of the cycle ghost saber, the power to deliver all living things from suffering. The thousands of skeleton ghosts on the lake suddenly stopped moving. Then they shattered with cracking sounds. Clumps of gentle spiritual light soared into the sky. The spiritual lights were all humanoid. Some dressed like scholars, some merchants, some chivalrous. All sorts of appearances showed the world of mortals. Chapter 974. The human skins on the iron trees also began to burn. The entire forest was engulfed in flames. The skinning hell seemed to be disappearing. If the cycle of reincarnation still existed, these spiritual lights would be able to escape the sea of bitterness and be reincarnated. But now that the 6 paths were broken, these spiritual lights could only fend for themselves. When Bai and the others saw this, they were all shocked. They didn't expect that such a troublesome ghost would disappear just like that. Xiao Chen's magic power was nearly depleted before he managed to convert all the skeletons and ghosts in the entire Last Breath Lake. Xiao Chen stood up and waved, holding the reincarnation lamp in his hand. Then he said, "Let's go. We have probably already alerted those people on the island. We need to move quickly. Do not get into a conflict with them." On the island in the middle of the lake, Mr. Wei of the Medicine God Valley, Gongsun Hualong, and the ghost race physical body, Great Grandmaster Mo Tian, looked at the blazing fire in the distance with shocked expressions. Behind the 3 of them, there was a group of martial artists who were also dumbfounded as they watched all of this. What's going on? The skins on the cyan tree are all burning. Could it be that someone converted all the ghosts and spirits in the Lake of Last Breath? Mr. Wei nodded and said, "That should be the case. This person either obtained the inheritance of a Buddhist sect martial technique or a secret treasure that is even more powerful than the soul-slaying mirror in my hand." Gongsun Hualong's eyes moved around, and his old face appeared uncertain. He guessed it should be a secret treasure that targets ghosts and monsters. There are only a few people in this world skilled in Buddhist martial techniques. It is unlikely that they would come to this 9 layers of purgatory. After making up their minds, the 3 of them laughed in unison. Mr. Wei said, "As the saying goes, it is better to come at the right time than at the right time. With this secret treasure, we will be much more confident in dealing with the golden bone demonic soul." Mr. Wei looked at Gongsun Hualong and Emo Lien beside him and said, "My 2 old friends, which one of you should go?" Before Gongsun Hualong could speak, Emo Lien said, "Haha, leave this person to me. None of you are allowed to snatch him from me." Whoosh! Right after Xiao Chen spoke, he kicked off with 1 leg, and his body shot out like an arrow. With a leap, he shot several kilometers away, disappearing from the 2's sight. Gongsun Hualong and Mr. Wei were not surprised. In the ghost realm, the Ghost Emperor's faction and the Ghost Empress faction were like fire and water. In recent years, the Ghost Empress's faction relied on the art of refining spirits to become more and more powerful in the ghost domain, and the friction with the Ghost Emperor's faction had also gone from covert to overt, becoming more and more intense. If the cultivators of the 2 sects met outside, they would definitely fight to the death. Emo Lien was a core member of the Ghost Monarch's faction. When he heard that there was a secret treasure that could kill ghosts, he naturally could not wait. Gong Sun Huolong said after some thought, Mr. Wei, you are really willing to part with it. To think that you actually agreed to give the soul-slaying mirror to Mo Lien as a condition for his help. Secret treasures that target ghosts are extremely precious and rare. Mr. Wei chuckled and said, It's fine. It's just a replica. It seems like it's worth it. Without Mo Lien's help, we would not have been able to reach the 8th layer of hell so quickly. Furthermore, we would not have been able to cross the last breath lake so smoothly. What should we do now? Should we wait for Mo Lien to return and attack together, or should we attack first? This golden bone demonic soul is not easy to deal with. Let's test it out first. When Mo Lien arrives, it will be easier to kill it. When Gong Sun Huolong heard this, he did not say anything more. He turned his head and looked at a pitch-black mound 5 kilometers away. On that small, pitch-black mound, there was a snow-white flower in full bloom. A flame that looked like liquid ice danced and flickered on the core of the flower. Not far from the mound, a completely golden skeleton held a huge sickle in its hand. As it lay on the ground, it seemed to be in a deep sleep. Only the mouth of the skeleton opened and closed. Occasionally, it spat out clumps of black flames, burning the air clean and forming large patches of black clouds. The black clouds shrouded the mound all year round. Gong Sun Huolong's gaze turned grave. He took out a set of blue battle armor and carefully put it on. Then he drew out a heavy black spear. Gong Sun Huolong pushed off the ground and silently flew towards the mound. Mr. Wei held the soul-slaying mirror and followed closely behind. The cultivators of the Medicine God Valley spread out in a semicircle, serving as the flanks. Everyone showed an extremely cautious expression. They no longer dared to be careless. Suddenly, 2 clumps of black flames lit up in the hollow eyes of the golden bone demonic soul. It seemed to startle awake from a deep sleep. Dang! The golden bone demonic soul stood up at lightning speed, and the sickle in its hand sent out a crescent-shaped golden light. Kung Chong! It knocked back Gong Sun Huolong's unexpected spear strike. Gong Sun Huolong lost in a contest of strength. He flew back 1 kilometer, his right hand, which held the spear, turning slightly numb. Without saying anything, Mr. Wei instantly attacked. The Grandmaster-level martial sages behind him also attacked at the same time. The intense battle instantly reached its climax. However, neither side would be able to take down the other within a short period of time. On the other side, after Xiao Chen and the others were safe, they rushed towards the island. Without the obstruction of the skeleton phantoms, they recovered their usual speed. After 15 minutes, they arrived at the island. However, before they could heave a sigh of relief, their expressions changed. Mo Lien, who was rushing over, was stunned at first. Then he said joyfully, "Little friend, it looks like we are really fated. You were the one who caused the earlier commotion, right?" Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. However, he did not get overly flustered. He smiled calmly and said, "We are indeed fated. In just a month we meet again. As for the earlier commotion, this junior was indeed the one who caused it. This old man is in a good mood today. Hand over this secret treasure that targets spirits and the other half of the flood dragon scissors. Then you can leave." Mo Lien was indeed in a good mood. The commotion caused by that secret treasure was comparable to that of the original soul-slaying mirror. If he could obtain it and offer it to the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, he would definitely be able to attract the Ghost Emperor's attention. Perhaps the Ghost Emperor would personally raise Xiao Chen's cultivation realm to the blue-robed emperor, which Xiao Chen had no hope of achieving in this lifetime. This had happened before. Given the unfathomable strength of the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, it was definitely possible to raise someone to the blue-robed emperor realm by paying a certain price. Of course, the prerequisite was whether the treasures were worth the price the Ghost Emperor paid. Xiao Chun smiled faintly and said, "However, while you are in a good mood, I am not. If you disappear from my sight now, I can pretend that I did not see you." Emo Lien could not help guffawing. "White-robed Shao Chen, I heard of your name from the Medicine God Valleys, Mr. Wei. Hearing about you is not as good as seeing you in person. You really are an extraordinary arrogant person. But in front of me, what right do you have to be arrogant?" Emo Lien smiled. Finally, he radiated killing chi. His voice was bone-chilling, devoid of any emotion. 10 dragon-shaped strands of energy swam behind Emo Lien, stirring up strong winds in the surroundings. A horrifying aura of an impending storm spread out from Emo Lien's body. 10 dragon force was only Emo Lien's most basic strength. A casual strike of his could produce 10 dragon force, which was 50 million kilograms of force. Today, I will show you the horrifying strength of a martial sage with a physical body. If you can receive my most ordinary punch without retreating, I will not make things difficult for you anymore." Bai looked worriedly at Shao Chen. Then he sent a voice projection. "Elder brother Shao Chen, don't listen to him. His punch contains 10 dragon force. Unless one is a great grandmaster level martial sage, one cannot receive it." Shao Chen smiled gently and sent a voice projection. "Bai, don't worry. You, Brother Yuan and Brother Kong, move back a little and watch carefully. Die." When Emo Lien saw Shao Chen take up a stance and send the other 3 back, he could not help but smile coldly in his heart. Then he shouted a war cry and charged over at lightning speed. The dragon-shaped strands of energy behind Emo Lien soared into the sky in all directions. Surging dragon might spread out for 5 kilometers around. When Emo Lien punched, it felt like a 50-kilometer mountain range was uprooted and fell from the sky. Emo Lien's aura was vast and boundless. The heavy aura made the air seem solid. Shao Chen did not panic. After he confirmed that Emo Lien really used only 10 dragon force, his lips curled up in a cold smile as well. Then he circulated the myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. A strand of divine light entered Shao Chen's body from the distant sky, causing his aura to soar infinitely. However, before it reached its peak, Shao Chen stopped his aura from rising. Of the 10-fold combat prowess, Shao Chen only brought out 70%, purposely suppressing the remaining 30%. Dragons roared, and 20 dragon-shaped strands of energy suddenly formed behind Shao Chen. Surging dragon might instantly suppressed Emo Lien's 10 dragon force. Emo Lien's heart pounded wildly as he cursed in his heart. "Damn! 20 dragon force. This brat tricked me." His figure flashed as he tried to retreat. However, Emo Lien had rushed over at lightning speed earlier, arriving before Shao Chen in an instant. Now that he changed his mind, there was no time. Shao Chen took a step forward and easily caught up to Emo Lien. He punched with his right hand, and 20 dragon roars resounded in the sky, merging together and bursting out. Emo Lien vomited a mouthful of blood, and the vast might behind him shattered. Then he fell heavily to the ground like a sandbag. A natural crack appeared on the ground, continuously expanding. The sky shook and the ground trembled as dragon might spread out. Wounds appeared on Shao Chen's face. Blood seeped out, making his delicate face look extremely horrifying. Tiny cracks appeared in all the bones in his body as pain spread silently. However, Shao Chen's eyes remained as calm as clear water. His back was as straight as a pine tree, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. He did not move at all. Looking at the disbelieving Emo Lien on the ground, Shao Chen said calmly, "As the saying goes, once a word is spoken, it cannot be taken back. As you wish, old mister, you can scram now." Rage flashed in Emo Lien's eyes. He vomited another mouthful of blood and got up in a sorry state. Suppressing the injuries in his body, he smiled coldly and said, "Good. I misjudged you. You are also a physical body cultivator. However, you clearly used a secret technique in that punch." This old man doesn't believe that you dare to throw another punch like that. Xiao Chen smiled mockingly. What's wrong? Old mister, are you not going to keep your promise today? Haha. If I kill you, who will know that I went back on my promise? Don't feel unconvinced. I am bullying you today. What can you do to me? You are not the only one who can burst out with 20 dragon force. Clearly, Emo Lien no longer dared to underestimate Xiao Chen. He prepared to use a secret technique to double his combat prowess. Even at the risk of injuring his physical body, he wanted to end Xiao Chen. Otherwise, if he allowed Xiao Chen to mature, he would be doomed. Chapter 975. Emo Lien's eyes were sharp. For the time being, Xiao Chen did not dare to use deities descending to bring out 20 dragon force. However, from the very start, Xiao Chen did not intend to clash head-on with the other party. He was here to bully. Xiao Chen tapped his forehead, and the clone that the Haotian Emperor left behind quickly woke up. A heavy aura slowly spread out from its body. Emo Lien's expression changed drastically. He muttered, "This is Emperor's might. You have a clone of a heavenly emperor." Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "You guessed right. However, old sir, you are not bullying me today. I am the one bullying you. Don't feel unconvinced. Indeed, you cannot do anything to me." Right after Xiao Chen spoke, his forehead opened, and the Haotian Emperor's clone shot out. Xiao Chen narrowed his eyes, and Emperor's might gathered. Just this aura alone knocked Emo Lien into the air. All of his aura crumbled, and he fled in a sorry state, not daring to linger. Emperor Wu was divided into minor Heavenly Emperor Wu and greater Heavenly Emperor Wu. Every time the greater Heavenly Emperor Wu underwent a tribulation, his strength would improve. After clearing 8 tribulations, he would undergo a sovereign tribulation and become a sovereign martial emperor. No matter what cultivation Emperor Wu left behind, the clone could kill the great Grandmaster level martial sage Emo Lien. The Haotian Emperor Ingzongtian was a greater heavenly emperor who had cleared 8 tribulations. Naturally, the clone that he left behind for Xiao Chen would have an easier time killing Emo Lien. Emo Lien was nearly frightened out of his wits. He lost all will to fight. The moment the Emperor's might appeared, he forgot to resist and got knocked into the air. Emo Lien vomited a mouthful of blood and startled awake. His complexion paled. Without saying anything, Emo Lien turned around and fled. Every time he pushed off the ground, countless cracks appeared in the ground, spreading out like a spider web. However, it was too late to flee now. The fur only saw a flower of blood blossom 5 kilometers away. Without any surprise, the Haotian Emperor's clone smashed Emo Lien into smithereens with a single palm strike. Yuan Su said with some pity, "Xiao Chen, isn't it not worth using the clone of the Haotian Emperor on this person?" Putting aside Xiao Chen, Yuan Su, Bai, and the other 2 were all top geniuses of the fiend race's younger generation. They might not have much chance of winning against a great Grandmaster level existence alone. But if they joined forces with Xiao Chen, it wasn't as if he didn't have the strength to fight. In fact, his chances of winning weren't low, at least 60%. Xiao Chen's expression remained the same as before. The damage from executing 20 dragon force slowly healed. The wounds on his body had already healed completely. All that was left were some fine cracks on his bones that were slowly recovering. However, as long as he did not use 20 dragon force again, it would not take long for him to recover. As Xiao Chen looked in the direction that Emo Lien came from, he muttered to himself, "Whether it is worth it or not depends on the person. If I can snatch the inattributed flame that those people are targeting, it will be worth it to me." Earlier, based on the footprints at Last Breath Lake, Xiao Chen guessed that these were the people from the Medicine God Valley hunting for the inattributed flame. However, the Medicine God Valley only had one great Grandmaster level martial sage. However, the footprints showed 2 people suspected to be great Grandmaster level martial sages. When Xiao Qin saw Emolian, he reacted and confirmed that this was the Medicine God Valley's people. It must be someone from the Medicine God Valley sect. However, Xiao Qin did not know what was going on, but the other party was with Emolian. If the Medicine God Valley sent a great Grandmaster-level martial sage to hunt for the inattributed flame, it would definitely be of a high grade. Xiao Chen's lunar true flame had not advanced for a long time already. This resulted in the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram losing its balance, preventing it from bringing out its full might. This had troubled Xiao Qin for a long time. Now an opportunity was right before him. Naturally, Xiao Qin did not want to cause any more trouble. If Emolian escaped, the two great Grandmaster-level martial sages would meet up again. If that happened, it would be somewhat problematic to collect the inattributed flame. After hearing Xiao Chen's analysis, the group suddenly understood. So that was the case. I thought for a while and said, I once saw an adoptive father study that the highest-ranked inattributed flame in the 9 layers of purgatory is called the icy snow flame. However, no one has found it yet. It is very likely that this group of people found the icy snow flame. Yuan Su nodded and said, The icy snow flame ranks among the top 10 inattributed flames. It is indeed worth making a move on it. Kong Yuan was an impatient person. He quickly said, What are we waiting for? Let's give chase. Otherwise, if we are too slow, the inattributed flame might be snatched away. Yuan Su smiled and said, You blockhead. If the inattributed flame were that easy to collect, it would have been taken long ago. They are probably waiting for this ghost race, great Grandmaster-level martial sage, to rush back to help Xiao Chen's secret treasure. There is no need to rush. The more ferocious the fight between them and the ghost guarding the inattributed flame, the better. We can just sit back and reap the benefits. Xiao Chen smiled. Clearly, he agreed with Yuan Su's point of view. He said, Let's go. We should just walk over slowly. If we go too quickly and startle them, it would not be good. The group walked unhurriedly in the direction that Emolian came from. After walking for an hour, they finally heard the sounds of intense fighting. Another hour later, the scenery 5 kilometers ahead appeared before his eyes. He quickly landed on the ground and hid himself. They saw a skeleton covered in golden bones in the sky, holding a huge sickle in its hand. This skeleton quickly exchanged moves with an old man wearing battle armor and brandishing a long spear. It was clear that the old man wearing battle armor was at a disadvantage. If not for another person holding an ancient mirror that occasionally shot out a beam of light, the old man would have been at a disadvantage. If not for that person holding an ancient mirror that occasionally shot out a beam of light, this great Grandmaster-level martial sage would have fled long ago. Several miserable corpses lay on the ground, all of them split in half. Xiao Chen's gaze immediately landed on the sand dune. When he saw the beautiful icy snow flame, he revealed an expression of joy. It was indeed the icy snow flame, one of the top 10 inattributed flames. If the lunar true flame consumed it, it would definitely be on par with the current purple thunder true fire. The might of the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram would be even stronger. In the future, when Xiao Chen faced a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, he would be able to protect himself. Xiao Chen swept his gaze over the battlefield in the sky. Then he came up with a countermeasure. He said, Later, I will make a move to block that golden bone demonic soul. Bai will help me retrieve the icy snow flame. What about the 2 people in the sky? A bow appeared in Xiao Chen's hand. Then he took out the final Starbreaker arrow and said softly, They will be dead soon. If you do as I say later, you will be able to retrieve the icy snow flame without suffering any injuries. Xiao Chen drew the bowstring back and circulated 3 dragon force. As the bowstring slowly drew back, the entire bow crackled. Xiao Chen could vaguely feel the limits of the Soul Slayer bow. The Soul Slayer bow's might would be as great as its vital chi. However, it was an ordinary item after all. There would always be a limit. However, if Shao Qin used the Starbreaker arrow with 15,000 tons of force to deal with the Medicine God Valley's Mr. Wei, he would be able to catch him off guard. Seeing that Shao Chen wanted to deal with these two in one go, Bai and the other two could not help but hold their breaths and focus. If this arrow really succeeded, the balance in the sky would immediately be broken. Mr. Wei and Gong Sun Hualong, who were bitterly enduring in the air, anxiously waited for Mo Lian's arrival. In the intense battle, Gong Sun Hualong did his best to push back the Golden Bone demonic soul. However, he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. His face turned pale. Mr. Wei quickly activated the soul-slaying mirror. A bright light shot out, and the Golden Bone demonic soul burst into flames, inflicting immense pain. Although the flames caused the Golden Bone demonic soul to give up on chasing, they did not injure it. After the flames subsided, the Golden Bone demonic soul would charge over again. Mr. Wei, hold on for another 15 minutes. If Mo Lian still does not arrive, this old man will be helpless and will have to retreat. Gong Sun Hualong swallowed another Saint Tear healing pill and said anxiously, I'll be fine. Although there was a sage-grade medicinal pill, it was clear that Gong Sun Hualong had already consumed it many times. Hence, its effects were much weaker. Sweat appeared on Mr. Wei's forehead. Unexpectedly, the Golden Bone demonic soul was much more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. After 4 or 5 exchanges, the people that he brought with him all died. Only Mr. Wei and Gong Sun Hualong remained. If not for the soul-slaying mirror, they would have died several times already. Hearing Gong Sun Hualong's intention to retreat, Mr. Wei quickly said, Don't panic. We have already injured this Golden Bone demonic soul. Just hold on for a while longer. When Mo Lian arrives, we will succeed. Seeing the flames on the Golden Bone demonic soul slowly dissipate, Gong Sun Hualong snorted coldly and said, You can play by yourself. This old man does not have the life to waste with you. This old man will leave after 15 minutes. Just as Mr. Wei was wondering if he should increase the stakes, his heart suddenly skipped a beat. Then he turned his head to look. Boom! Before Mr. Wei could clearly see what it was, blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Then he discovered a bowl-sized hole in his chest. His life force was slowly fading. The inner vest that Mr. Wei had spent a lot of money to buy did not stop the Golden Bone demonic soul at all. This sudden change startled Gong Sun Hualong. He was flabbergasted, and his mind went blank for a moment. By the time Gong Sun Hualong recovered his wits, the flames on the Golden Bone demonic soul had already vanished. It brandished its scythe, and a lightning-fast strike lit up the sky. Gong Sun Hualong's expression changed drastically. He quickly blocked, and the spear in his hand broke. A golden light fell, and the battle armor on his chest split in half, falling off in an instant. Feeling the lingering aura of death lingering in his body, Gong Sun Hualong felt as though he was nearly cleaved into two. Spurting out a mouthful of blood, he quickly fled. However, just as Gong Sun Hualong turned around, he heard 10 heaven dragon roars behind him. A storm was brewing, and the world was about to change. It was like Shao Qin had calculated everything. When the Golden Bone demonic soul injured Gong Sun Hualong, Shao Qin sent out 10 dragon force and mercilessly struck Gong Sun Hualong's chest. Kassier! Kassier! The sound of internal organs breaking rang out. Gong Sun Hualong did not even see who attacked. A bloody hole appeared in his chest, and he crashed to the ground like a cannonball. It is time for us to make a move. Kong Yuan smiled faintly, and the 12 holy peacock feathers on the light wall behind him spread out. Then, together with Yuan Su, they flew towards the severely injured and weakened Gong Sun Hualong. As for Bai, he pushed off the ground and landed on the mound beside the icy snow flame. After sending Gong Sun Hualong flying with one punch, Shao Chen would have to face the horrifying Golden Bone demonic soul alone. Even when Gong Sun Hualong and Mr. Wei worked together, they could not do anything to this golden bone, demonic soul. Chapter 976. Although Xiao Chun had the reincarnation lamp, he did not dare to be careless. However, there was good news. Gong Sun Hualong and Mr. Wei had managed to injure this golden bone, demonic soul. It was no longer in a perfect state. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he blocked the golden bone, demonic soul, which was preparing to charge it by. The cold golden bone, demonic soul waved its hand, and the huge scythe turned into a beam of dim light. Fast! This was the only word in Xiao Chen's mind. He instantly moved his entire body, materializing the flawless saber Dao, using his body as a saber and his palm as a blade. Xiao Chen swung his palm horizontally, blocking the other party's scythe in the time it took for a spark to fly. The dense death chi was condensed to the extreme. The force from the scythe instantly shattered the saber intent that Xiao Chen condensed. A strange look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he quickly switched moves. He used his palm as a saber and his shoulder as a blade. Since he lacked strength, he would break it with skill. Xiao Chen placed his palm on the scythe, and his shoulder became like a blade, bright and flawless, radiating a sharp light as he charged at the golden bone demonic soul's chest. Bang! Several of the golden bone demonic soul's ribs broke, and its body was knocked back 1 kilometer. As expected, the other party's shattered ribs reconnected in the blink of an eye. Compared to such a monster, Xiao Qin felt inferior. Seeing that the other party was about to charge over again, Xiao Qin suppressed the death chi in his body. Then he narrowed his eyes and sent out the reincarnation lamp. Xiao Qin quickly flicked out some essence blood from his fingertip and lit the lamp wick. The immortal Buddha figure in the illusory light started chanting the expiation scripture. The ancient scripture contained the power to expiate all living things, cleansing the golden bone demonic soul's impure soul. The golden bone demonic soul's body immediately turned into 2 figures of different colors, one black and one white, clearly distinguishing between good and evil. Then they started an intense battle. One sought release, and the other sank into oblivion. Xiao Chen's face was slightly pale. This was the first time he had encountered such a ghost that was struggling so fiercely. The expiation scripture recited by the illusionary figure in the reincarnation lamp seemed to be unable to suppress this devil. Xiao Chen's heart sank, and he could not help but increase the speed at which his laws flowed. Purple rings of light slowly appeared behind him. The flickering light of the cycle lamp grew increasingly brighter. He looked down and saw that Bai was waving at him. The icy snow flame was already in his hands. Yuan Su and Kong Yuan also greeted each other. The severely injured and weakened Gong Sun Hualong had already been dealt with. Based on my strength, I won't be able to refine this monster in a short time. Don't worry about it for now. Xiao Qin muttered. His gaze moved to the golden bone, demonic soul. The battle between the black and white phantoms on the golden bone, demonic soul's body had already reached its climax. Sometimes kindness would gain the upper hand, and the skeleton monster would emit thousands of strands of gentle chi. Sometimes evil thoughts would gain the upper hand. Evil energy would soar into the sky, and baleful energy would surge like the sea. After this happened several times, Xiao Chun found an opportunity. When the kindness took over the golden bone demonic soul, he opened his hand and put away the cycle lamp. Then he turned and flew off. Let's go. Xiao Chun summoned out the 8 ghost palanquin. Bai and the other 2 had been waiting for a long time. Their figures flashed, and Xiao Chun controlled the 8 ghost palanquin to fly to the center of the island. After losing the cycle lamp's power to purify nature, the kindness that appeared on the golden bone demonic soul lasted for a while before vanishing, never to appear again. When the golden bone demonic soul saw the empty mound, it roared furiously and started a frenzied rampage. 2 figures landed 1 kilometer away. Qing Cheng and the azure-clad old man who had been following Xiao Chen's group silently appeared in the air. When they saw the berserk, golden bone, demonic soul, they were shocked. No wonder young Miss treats this person differently. That secret treasure in his hand landed in the hands of the Ghost Monarch's faction. It would be a disaster for us, the azure-clad old man said, flabbergasted. Qing Cheng frowned and did not say anything. She had just come out of closed-door cultivation after 1 month. The moment she entered the 8th layer of purgatory, she saw the entire forest blazing with flames. In the Last Breath Lake, Xiao Qin had reformed the undying phantoms. It was like a miracle. All the strange things in the Last Breath Lake had been purified. Qing Cheng was astonished. She had somewhat forgotten about the secret treasure in Xiao Chen's hand. Unexpectedly, it could erupt with such horrifying power. The azure-clad old man continued smiling. He used a will clone to kill Mo Lian and offended Xie Zishuan. He has thoroughly offended the Ghost Monarch's faction, giving us a chance to rope him in. Qing Cheng nodded slightly and asked, "Did you manage to obtain the soul returning grass?" "Yes. Young Miss is in closed-door cultivation. Leave Jiang Qingzi to me, for now." The old man took out a brocade box and opened it, revealing a piece of jade-green soul returning grass. Qing Cheng received it and revealed a satisfied expression. She said, "You may withdraw. I intend to enter the Yellow Springs Road alone with them." "Young Miss, no one has been to the Yellow Springs Road for many years already. I do not know what dangers there will be." "Let this old man accompany you," the azure-clad old man said worriedly. However, Qing Cheng did not care. "We already crossed the Last Breath Lake. What dangers can there be on the Yellow Springs Road? Just don't turn back. I have long wanted to see if the cycle of reincarnation still exists on the other side of the bridge of helplessness." Seeing Qing Cheng insist, the azure-clad old man did not say anything more. He took his leave. Inside the 8 ghost palanquin, I felt extremely excited. Xiao Qin had killed a great Grandmaster-level martial sage without suffering any injuries. This was something that he would not have dared to imagine normally. Xiao Chen's heart pounded slightly. Things went much more smoothly than expected. The only flaw was that he had to use the Haoqian Emperor's will clone. However, Xiao Qin did not feel that it was a pity. When facing a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, the will clone had the strength to kill them. However, it paled in comparison to an expert like the blue-robed emperor. Furthermore, it could only be used once. If Xiao Qin could bring out the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram further, he would be able to protect himself when facing a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. Although the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram was not as tyrannical as the will clone, which could explode a great Grandmaster-level martial sage, Xiao Qin could use it an unlimited number of times. Xiao Qin felt that using the will clone for the icy snow flame was completely worth it. Furthermore, he had earned a lot from it. At the very least, the medicinal pills that Mr. Wei had on him benefited them greatly. Elder brother Xiao Qin, the icy snow flame. Xiao Bai giggled. On her white, jade-like palm, there was a ball of liquid like ice crystal flame that blossomed beautifully. "Be careful. This flame has a very heavy cold qi. Elder brother Xiao Chen, don't get injured." Xiao Qin smiled faintly. There was an even colder flame in his left eye. His heart skipped a beat. With a thought, the lunar true flame in his left eye spun and formed a whirlpool. Then it sucked in the icy snow flame in Bai's hand. Xiao Qin closed his eyes and removed his shoes and socks. Then he sat cross-legged on the large bed in the palanquin and started to let the lunar true flame slowly swallow up the icy snow flame. Kong Yuan and Yuan Su, who were counting the treasures in Mr. Wei's, Gong Sun Hualong's, and Mo Lian's spatial rings, revealed shock when they saw this. The icy snow flame dares to swallow so roughly? What kind of flame is that white flame in his left eye? Kong Yuan asked, feeling confused. Yuan Su revealed a grave expression and said, "If I did not see wrong, it is the lunar true flame. Furthermore, it even condensed an origin flame." Lunar true flame. Bai and Kong Yuan were both startled. The lunar true flame and the solar true flame were the two strongest flames in the world. If one could obtain even a clump of these two flames, one would be very lucky. However, Shao Chun hid so many flames in his left eye and even condensed an origin flame. This was truly unbelievable. Kong Yuan sighed and said, "I have been shocked enough over the past few days. I am already numb to it. If it were in the past who told me that I could easily snatch treasures from a great Grandmaster level martial sage, I would not have believed it even if you beat me to death. However, it really happened today. I have no choice but to believe it." Yuan Su smiled faintly, not denying anything on his charming face. He could understand Kong Yuan's disappointment. They were both outstanding talents, but the difference between them was too great. However, Bai smiled warmly. He thought to himself, "I still have to work harder." The distance between me and Shao Chen widened again. Half a day later, Shao Chen opened his eyes. He had finished swallowing the icy snow flame. He wanted to find a place to test its might, to see if he could balance yin and yang and execute the Taiji yin-yang flame diagram again. However, there were more important things to do. He could only put this thought aside, as they had arrived at the gates of hell. After putting away the 8 ghost palanquin, Shao Chen and the other 3 slowly descended and sized up the gates of hell before them. There was a black gate plate made of 10,000-year-old ancient wood. The plaque in the middle had 3 large scarlet words, "Gates of Hell." The strokes were very vigorous. With every stroke, one could feel death chi. A black light screen covered the sect, preventing one from seeing the world behind the gates. Rumor had it that when one stepped through these gates, one would be separated from the living and the dead, walking on the path of no return. There was no one near the gates of hell. There was a strange, suppressive aura that made one uncomfortable. "Let's go in." Shao Chen took the lead, preparing to enter the gates of hell in a flash. A bladesman naturally had nothing to fear. There was no need to think too much, fearing wolves in front and tigers behind. Since they had to enter sooner or later and could not figure it out, they could just walk in openly. However, just as Shao Chen was about to step in, he frowned and stopped in front of the gates of hell. Feeling suspicious, Bai asked, "Elder brother Shao Chen, what's wrong?" Shao Chen turned his head back and said calmly, "Someone is rushing over." "Hee. Young Master Shao is really courageous. Let me accompany you on the path to the Yellow Springs." A bell-like laughter rang out. Ching Cheng's red dress drifted down. The eyes of the group lit up. Unexpectedly, Ching Cheng appeared again, arriving at the Yellow Springs road that she was unwilling to take. Whoosh! After Ching Cheng landed, she tossed out a brocade box. Shao Chen caught it and opened it. It was one of the 3 items he was looking for, the soul-returning grass. "What is the meaning of this?" Shao Chen looked at Ching Cheng suspiciously, not knowing what she was planning. Ching Cheng giggled and said, "What's wrong? You don't need it? With your brain, I'm sure you've already guessed that whether it was Mo Lien or Xie Zishuan, I did it on purpose. You have thoroughly offended the Ghost Monarch's faction. There will definitely be a battle between Ghost Empress Shisun and the Mountain Monarch in the future. At that time, I believe you should know which side to stand on." Shao Chun thought for a while and knew what the other party was planning. She was forcing him to choose a side. The expressions of Bai and the other 2 changed slightly. Their gazes at Ching Cheng turned somewhat hostile. Chapter 977. I like interacting with smart people. Miss Ching Ching, it looks like you understand how I do things. If I can grow strong enough to interfere in the battle between the Ghost Empress and the Mountain Monarch, I will definitely make a trip to the Ghost Domain. Shao Chen carefully put away the soul-returning grass. However, he did not care much. The other party's honesty prevented him from harboring any ill will. Choosing sides was not without its benefits. The Ghost Empress, Shi Sun, could be considered a peak expert, comparable to the Holy Lord of the three Holy Masters' Holy Land. Xiao Chen indeed needed the soul-returning grass in his hand. More importantly, he did not regret what he did, be it repelling Xie Zishuan or using a clone to kill Emolian. It was his own decision. Even if Xiao Chen had to do it again, he would not hesitate to make the decision. A bladesman never hesitated. Seeing Xiao Chen agree, Qing Cheng heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. She recalled the encounter on the 8-ghost palanquin in the underworld land. The encounter on the 8-ghost palanquin in the underworld land gave her a taste of Xiao Chen's temper. One should not threaten the other party at any time. One should use an unexpected method. Perhaps one might even obtain the desired result. Yuan Su said calmly, "Since Miss Qing Qing is here, you can tell me how much you know about the Yellow Springs Road now, right?" Qing Chen glanced at Yuan Su and said with a smile, "To you all, the Yellow Springs Road is actually not dangerous. As long as you do not turn back, you will definitely reach the Bridge of Helplessness. Do not turn back on the Yellow Springs Road." This was not the first time Xiao Chen heard Qing Qing say this. However, why could one not turn back? Don't ask me why. Those who dared to turn back are all dead. Qing Cheng shrugged to indicate that she did not understand either. This matter is strange. 10,000 years ago, this saying never appeared. The Yellow Springs Road is a popular experiential training ground in the 9 layers of purgatory. There are always ghost race disciples who come here to hunt soldiers. This saying only slowly spread in modern times. There are too many strange things, so not many people come to the Yellow Springs Road. Xiao Chen remembered this saying. Then he turned around and stepped into the gates of hell without hesitation, descending the 9 nether, entering the gates of hell, crossing the Yellow Springs, no matter what danger it was, as long as he could revive Ao Jiao, no matter how big the risk was, it would all be worth it. When the others saw Xiao Chen enter, they pondered for a moment before entering one after another. They were also very curious about the Yellow Springs Road. As far as the eye could see, the scenery had changed. Apart from the red spider lilies blooming at the side of the Yellow Springs path, the Yellow Springs path, the Yellow Springs path, the Yellow Springs path was filled with red spider lilies. Only black and white existed between heaven and earth. Everything was either black or white, including themselves. They were all assimilated into this world. His body was only black and white. After sensing the condition of his body, Xiao Chen did not find anything wrong with it. It was just that all the colors on his body had disappeared. His strength was still there, and so was the power of the laws. Xiao Chen's heart calmed down. He squatted down and plucked a few red spider lilies from the Yellow Springs Road. The 3 items needed to revive Ao Jiao were the red spider lily, the resurrection grass, and the 3 live stone. Now, only the 3 live stone was left. The stone of 3 lives was at the end of the Yellow Springs Road, beside the Bridge of Helplessness. One only needed to break it and obtain a small piece. Let's go. Be careful. There are soldiers here. In the past, before the Yellow Springs Road changed, many experts of my race liked to come here to hunt soldiers. After refining them, they could become strong helpers, Qing Chang said carefully as she looked around. Soldiers were the army of the Netherworld Palace. They were previously soldiers who had experienced fierce battles. After they died, they were used by the 10 Yama Kings of the 10 Halls. After they died, they were trained to strengthen the rule of the soldiers. They were either used to defend against strong invasions or to expand territory in the Netherworld. They were extremely strong existences. Xiao Chen stood up and carefully put away the red spider lily. The sky was gray, and the ends of his vision were hazy. It was like there was no end to this road. After hearing Qing Cheng's reminder, Xiao Chen constantly circulated his law energy. Rings of purple electric light appeared behind him as he quickly walked forward. Every time Xiao Chen walked for a distance, a headless corpse would fall to the ground, appearing before the group. Xiao Chen flipped the corpse over. The other parts of the body were undamaged. The group exchanged glances, not knowing how this person died. After that, they saw several corpses every once in a while. All of them were headless corpses, sprawled on the ground. Their cause of death was unknown. The endless Yellow Springs Road was a world of black and white. Headless corpses kept appearing, adding a strange atmosphere to the Yellow Springs Road. Clang! Clang! Suddenly, the sound of metal clashing appeared in front. A group of heavily armored soldiers, wielding weapons, rode a war chariot and quickly flew over. Soldiers are passing by. Little ghosts, quickly make way. A soldier, standing on the war chariot, shouted loudly. These soldiers had lost their true intelligence long ago. Their memories stopped at the moment when the netherworld shattered and the cycle of reincarnation ceased. Every day, at every moment, these soldiers repeated the same actions, guarding the endless Yellow Springs Road. The reincarnation lamp is useless against these soldiers. Just kill them. There are no generals among them. It is not very problematic. Qing Cheng reminded when she saw Xiao Chun raise the reincarnation lamp. With a flip of his hand, Xiao Qin put away the reincarnation lamp. Then he executed the Kuan Peng fist, and a huge Kuan Peng appeared, surrounded by electricity. The force of the punch flipped the war chariot over. The others quickly made their moves. Although this group of soldiers was difficult to deal with, it was as Qing Cheng said, there were no truly powerful existences among them. After about 7 minutes, all the soldiers on the war chariot died. Before they died, they said, soldiers are passing by. Little ghosts make way. Xiao Qin, who had stopped attacking, was about to continue on his way, when he heard by calling him, he habitually turned his head back, wanting to ask what was the matter. Halfway through, Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically as he suddenly reacted. This voice was indeed the same as Bai's. However, Bai always addressed Xiao Chen as elder brother Xiao Chen and not Xiao Chen alone. However, it was already too late to turn his head. The instant Xiao Chen turned his head, he saw an extremely horrifying scene. A headless Buddha descended from the sky, giving off a scarlet Buddhist light. When it stretched out its palm, it expanded infinitely. Then, 2 fingers moved to clamp down on Xiao Chen's head. Kassier! The 2 fingers gently clamped down, and Xiao Chen's head was removed. Then he turned into a headless corpse lying on the ground. This was no different from the corpses Xiao Chen saw earlier. It's not my head. It's not my head. Who took my head? The headless Buddha gently placed Xiao Chen's head on its head and tried a few times. The Buddha's belly wriggled and gave off dull demonic sounds as it tossed the head away. The only thing the Buddha did not notice was that before the head landed on the ground, it disintegrated on its own, turning into air and scattering. Bai and the others were horrified. They could not help but turn their heads to see what was happening. Quickly go. Don't look back. A figure appeared in front. It was the originally dead Xiao Chen. Bai rejoiced and quickly ran over. Xiao Chen's headless corpse on the ground slowly turned into air and scattered as well. Only after Xiao Chen was far away did he stop. The others quickly stopped to ask what was going on. Xiao Chen's heart had not calmed down yet, still thumping endlessly. This was a situation that had not happened in a long time. His mental state was in utter chaos. In that instant earlier, he felt that he could not dodge at all and would die in the next moment. Even if a great Grandmaster-level martial sage or the blue-robed emperor came, they would not be able to dodge that Buddha's palm. At the critical moment, Xiao Qin executed the life bestowal spell and materialized a clone out of the air. Then his true body quickly fled, barely managing to avoid this calamity. If that headless Buddha had continued fighting, Xiao Chun would have died for sure. Fortunately, after fleeing for so long, they did not see that headless Buddha attack again. Perhaps it was because Xiao Chen had not completely turned his head around. "What did you see earlier?" Qing Cheng asked anxiously. Everyone knew that one should not look back on the road to the Yellow Springs. However, human curiosity was always the strongest. Everyone wanted to know what they saw when they turned their heads around. Xiao Chen calmed himself down and said, "I saw a headless Buddha. However, I only saw its side and did not see its exact appearance." Yuan Su was the most knowledgeable of the group. He immediately said, "In hell, only the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva is related to Buddhism. His abilities are incredible, comparable to the Buddha. However, he is not a Buddha, but a Bodhisattva." Due to the long period of time, many people could not distinguish the difference between a Bodhisattva and a Buddha. Yuan Su could not explain in detail. Yuan Su could only give a simple explanation. Buddhas were equivalent to the immortal lords of the immortal epoch. Bodhisattvas were Mahayana immortal cultivators who had not undergone their tribulations yet. However, this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was somewhat special. His abilities were boundless, and his abilities were much stronger than those of ordinary Buddhas. Because the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva made a great vow to not become a Buddha until hell was empty, he did not become a Buddha and only addressed himself as a Bodhisattva. Qing Cheng muttered, "I've heard a little about this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. However, since he is so powerful, why did someone chop off his head?" The expressions of the others changed slightly as well. According to Qing Cheng, the changes to the Yellow Springs Road happened 10,000 years ago. That was to say, 10,000 years ago, this Bodhisattva, who was even stronger than an immortal lord, was still in hell and had not been beheaded. Based on the timeline, 10,000 years ago was the time when the Qing Emperor was in power, sweeping through the world unrivaled. If the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was really beheaded 10,000 years ago, then the one who did it might have been the Qing Emperor. Who could have beheaded the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, who was even stronger than an immortal lord? Aside from the Qing Emperor, there was no one else who could have done it. However, was the Qing Emperor really that strong? Xiao Chen shook his head and stopped thinking about this. He said, "Let's stand side by side for the rest of the way. No matter what we hear, do not turn back." After Xiao Chen's narrow escape from death, the five no longer dared to doubt his words about not turning back on the Yellow Springs Road. In this black and white world, the Permitha flower, the only one with color beside the Yellow Springs Road, burned like a flame, looking incredibly scarlet. Later on, the five met with several strong Yin soldiers. There were even Yin soldiers that rivaled great Grandmaster level martial sages. The five used their full power and fought with all their might before barely managing to kill the Yin soldiers. The seemingly endless Yellow Springs Road was an excellent land for experiential training. The headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva behind them constantly tested their mental states. Chapter 978. The endless stream of Yin soldiers tempered everyone's martial techniques in this life and death situation. Only by bringing out their strength to the peak could they persevere. The Yellow Springs Road was not easy to traverse. Even after walking for 3 months, they still could not see the way back. Everyone's strength had improved significantly here. Even Xiao Chen had completed the Summer Saber and Spring Saber in 3 months. Now he could execute the complete, flawless 4 seasons. More importantly, with the tempering of the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva behind him, Xiao Chen's saber soul successfully advanced to great perfection. For some reason, the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's ears most of the time. All sorts of illusory voices turned into different people in Xiao Chen's heart, calling out his name. The voices were either sorrowful, joyful, pained, or desperate. Several times, Xiao Chen nearly turned his head back. However, his unwavering heart as a bladesman allowed him to persevere. The 4 strands of saber soul around the will of thunder became even brighter, reaching 7 strands. This was the sign of a great perfection saber soul. During the battle with the Yin soldiers, Xiao Chen merged the two into one, forming his own unique lightning saber soul. In the end, when facing the great Grandmaster-level Yin soldiers, Xiao Chen would be able to block them by himself. Helplessness, helplessness! After another 5 days, a few cries of helplessness rang out in everyone's ears. Following that, the sound of flowing water filled the air. Xiao Chen and the others revealed joy on their faces as they looked to the front. At the limits of their vision, they finally saw a river blocking their way and the vague silhouette of a bridge. If there were no surprises, that should be the Bridge of Helplessness. The 3-life stone was beside the Bridge of Helplessness. After knocking off a piece, they would be able to collect the 3 items needed to revive Ao Jiao. Let's go. The fatigue of the past few days was swept away. Xiao Chen revealed joy on his face as he quickened his pace, quickly moving forward in this black and white world. For hours later, the group moved as fast as lightning and arrived before the Bridge of Helplessness. The headless Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, who had been following them, was no longer there. Black winds blew on the Bridge of Helplessness, and the water flowed endlessly. Qing Cheng's expression froze as she muttered, "It broke." Indeed, it was broken. Only half of the Bridge of Helplessness remained, hanging alone above the Helplessness River. It was unknown where the other half of the Nirvana cycle had drifted to when hell was shattered. However, whether it was broken or not had nothing to do with Xiao Chen. He was currently hammering on a huge rock beside the bridge. It was the Stone of 3 Lives. Unfortunately, its divinity was gone. If the infernal realm was still around and the 6 paths of reincarnation hadn't been destroyed, then the Stone of 3 Lives could reveal a person's past and future. After successfully knocking down a 3-life stone, Xiao Chen revealed a smile. After spending 4 months in the 9 hells of purgatory, he had finally gathered all 3 items. However, after thinking about it, Xiao Chen felt worried. The Saber School ranking competition had already begun in 4 months. By the time Xiao Chen rushed back, the once-a-decade Saber School ranking would have already ended. If he couldn't get the 10,000-year flame crystal, would Sita Leihong still call back Ao Jiao for him? Hee. Brother Xiao Chen, you don't have to worry anymore. Sister Ao Jiao will be back soon. Bai's face revealed a sincere expression of happiness. The mental tribulation that troubled brother Xiao Chen was finally resolved. If Bai encountered a disaster in the future, Xiao Chen's elder brother would be able to help him. Would he descend to the 9 underworlds, pass through the gates of hell, and walk to the Yellow Springs for his sake? Congratulations! Yuan Su and Kong Yuan also cupped their fists and congratulated him. Xiao Chen did not want to disappoint them, so he did not show the worry in his heart on his face. He said sincerely, "Many thanks to the 2 of you. If not for your help along the way, this Xiao would not have been able to make it here." Kong Yuan smiled and said, "Brother Xiao is too humble. Even without the 2 of us, with Brother Zhao's strength, you would have only needed a little more time to make it here." Yuan Su's expression suddenly changed. He pointed in the direction of the Bridge of Helplessness and said, "What is that ghost race girl trying to do? Why is she on the Bridge of Helplessness? She is about to fall off." Xiao Chen looked around and saw Qing Qing standing on the Bridge of Helplessness with a somewhat dazed expression. If she took another step, she would fall off. Whoosh! The situation was urgent. There was no time to think. Xiao Chen shot forward and landed on the Bridge of Helplessness, pulling Qing Qing back. Qing Qing recovered her wits, feeling like she just woke up from a dream. "Sorry, I just wanted to see if the cycle of reincarnation still exists." The immortal Tao no longer existed, and the 6 paths of reincarnation were shattered. Naturally, reincarnation no longer existed. Based on Qing Cheng's appearance, there was clearly something she was hiding. Xiao Chen was not willing to ask about other people's private matters. He said, "Let's go. The Bridge of Helplessness is broken, and we cannot cross this path. We should return." The way back, As long as they followed the source of the water of helplessness, they would be able to walk out of the 8th layer of purgatory. Qing Cheng smiled bitterly, just as she was about to step off the bridge of helplessness. Suddenly, countless prayers and praises came from Xiao Chen's body. The black bridge of helplessness under his feet shone with a golden light. It turned into a golden jade bridge of helplessness. Golden diamonds extended from where it broke off. A bridge that led to the other shore automatically extended forward. This sudden scene confused everyone. Even Xiao Chun himself did not know what was going on. The golden jade bridge of helplessness extended all the way to the fog-covered world on the other shore. Yuan Su was stunned for a moment before he reacted. The golden jade bridge of helplessness. According to legend, when a person of great virtue dies and enters the heavenly Tao, the bridge of helplessness will become made of gold and jade. It will shine brightly and sweep away the death qi. Bai blinked and smiled. Elder brother Xiao Qin is a good person. The golden jade bridge of helplessness. Unfortunately, the cycle of reincarnation is already broken. Otherwise, you would be able to enter the heavenly Tao. The three chatted as they walked. Soon, they arrived at the bridge of helplessness. Then, they stood side by side with Xiao Qin. As they looked at the fog-covered world on the other shore, they felt somewhat curious. According to legend, after crossing the bridge of helplessness, one would arrive at the land of reincarnation, the 6 paths of reincarnation. Based on one's good and evil merits, one would be reborn. Qing Cheng said in understanding, I know why this golden jade bridge of helplessness appeared. In the skin-flaying hell, you purified tens of thousands of skeleton phantoms. Those were all evil spirits that had their skins flayed. They sank in Last Breath Lake for tens of thousands of years. Purifying them was a great merit. Xiao Qin did not care. Yes or no, it was not important. Now that the cycle of reincarnation was broken, no matter how great the merit was, it could not enter the heavenly Tao. Suddenly, Xiao Chun thought of the good and evil beneficence art in the painting where the Qing emperor drew the saber. Then, he revealed a contemplative expression. I want to go over and take a look. I will not give up until I personally see the cycle of reincarnation shatter. Qing Cheng's gaze was resolute. She took a step forward and rushed to the other shore. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared into the fog-covered world. Don't move. I'll go and check on her. Xiao Qin frowned heavily. He waved his hand to stop Bai and the others. Then he took a few large strides down the bridge of helplessness and arrived at the other shore. The fog before Xiao Qin slowly scattered, and a vast black sea appeared before his eyes. There were tens of thousands of aggrieved spirits and withered skeletons in the sea, all doing their best to move forward. These were the evil spirits of the various hells, wanting to escape the sea of bitterness and surpass the cycle of reincarnation. However, they did not know that the cycle of reincarnation was already broken. Even if they went over, it would still be a sea of bitterness. A gigantic headless monk sat cross-legged in the center of the sea. He formed the Universal World Seal with his left hand and the Amitabha Buddhist seal with his right. A boundless might spread out from his body. It was like a tall mountain, like the sea, like the sky, like the earth. Xiao Qin felt horrified. This was the physical body of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. The headless specter that he saw on the Yellow Springs Road was the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's body. The Buddhist light behind the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva should have been golden. However, in this black and white world it looked very plain. Although the physical body was dead, the magic might still remain. The many withered skeletons in the black sea did their best to swim over, wanting to reach the world behind the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva and surpass the cycle of reincarnation. However, amid the formless magic might, with every step they took, their bodies shrank. The further they went, the more they shrank, becoming as insignificant as a grain of rice. It looked like they were advancing with every step. However, in reality, they were getting further and further away from the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva. They could never swim over. Xiao Qin looked around and found Qin Cheng. She was on a specter ship, doing her best to swim forward. Her body and the specter ship slowly shrank, not even realizing it. What kind of obsession does this girl have? The cycle of reincarnation is already broken. Even if she can cross this boundless black sea, what is the point? Furthermore, with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's physical body here, there is no way to cross. Fortunately, she did not go far. If I am careful, I can pull her back. Qin Cheng's specter ship had just left the shore. If she had gone any further, even if Xiao Chen wanted to save her, he would not have been able to. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and tapped his forehead. He released the will of thunder and had it hover above his head. Unexpectedly, the purple lightning talisman did not turn black and white in this yellow springs realm. It remained purple, flickering with a dazzling electric light. When Xiao Chen looked carefully, he saw that the incomprehensible strokes on the talisman gave off some kind of divine light and a faint, immortal might. Xiao Chen thought, this definitely has something to do with the powerful divine lightning in Misleading Fog Lake. I wonder who the master of that divine lightning talisman is. Xiao Qin only copied that person's talisman, yet it did not get assimilated in this black and white world. However, this was a good thing. With the lightning talisman above his head, Xiao Chen leaped out and landed on the Black Sea. Xiao Chen immediately felt a formless might bearing down on him, making it hard for him to move. That headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, who was originally only 5 kilometers away, immediately became 10 times farther. Xiao Chen thought to himself, oh no, his body must have shrunk as well. He quickly brought out the will of thunder that contained his great perfection's saber soul to its greatest might. His body trembled, and he suddenly grew several times larger. To Xiao Qin, the skeletons paddling on the Black Sea were like ants. In reality, Xiao Qin knew that it was not that his body had grown larger. Instead, it was that the skeletons in the water could not resist the might and pressure. Their bodies had shrunk significantly. Xiao Qin took a step forward with much difficulty. Then he stretched out his hand and grabbed the specter ship, along with Qin Cheng, into his palm. Qin Cheng, who was on the specter ship, still did not understand what was happening. She stood at the bow of the ship in a daze as she sent out several strong martial techniques. However, those martial techniques also became infinitely smaller in Xiao Chen's palm. As long as they were in the Black Sea, they would not be able to fly out of Xiao Chen's palm. Without any time to explain, Xiao Chen turned to leave. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Chapter 979. The Sea of Bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore before it is too late. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. This is what the Buddha said. All life has a Buddhist nature, good and evil. Turning back and clinging to it, it is all in a single thought. If one's heart turns to Buddha, one can become a Buddha with one thought. Suddenly, boundless Buddhist chanting rang out in the surroundings of the Sea of Oblivion, merciful and merciful, calling for all life to turn back and become a Buddha. When the Buddhist chanting entered Xiao Chen's ears, a seed appeared in his heart. All the evil deeds he had done in his life turned into a clinging thought in his mind, inflicting unbearable pain. That seed turned into a benevolent old monk sitting in a lotus flower, materializing a world of bliss. The pure land of ultimate bliss was created. There was joy everywhere, and the light of Buddha shone brightly. There was no pain or torture. This startled Xiao Chen. This was to purify him, turning him into an idiotic follower. If he really listened to this Buddhist chanting and turned back, everything in the past would vanish like smoke. Losing himself would be even more horrifying than death. The purple lightning talisman above Xiao Chen's had quickly entered his sea of consciousness and shattered all the evil thoughts. The planted seed also disappeared. Huang Dang! After losing the protection of the will of thunder, Xiaoqin felt the world spin around him. It was like he fell from a tall cliff. When his feet landed firmly on the ground, he discovered that he was standing on Qing Cheng's specter ship. "Xiaoqin, why are you here?" Qing Cheng, who was at the bow of the ship, asked in shock. Her voice also contained a trace of unexpected joy. Xiaoqin smiled helplessly. Right now, he was probably like Qing Cheng, his body shrunk countless times. At this moment, the Buddhist chanting still lingered. Xiaoqin could not leave even if he brought out the will of thunder again. He could only speak to Qing Cheng and wait for an opportunity to leave. When Qing Cheng heard what Xiaoqin said, she could not help but turn pale. It turned out that everything that happened earlier was just walking on the spot. There was no way to cross this sea of bitterness. Qing Cheng said coldly, "This Kittagarbha Bodhisattva is really capable. He is trapped in this land of reincarnation, blocking the path of hope. He is no different from a bandit trying to take advantage of the situation." Xiaoqin thought about it and agreed. Since hell had been destroyed, the evil spirits in hell would naturally want to reincarnate and become human again. But this guy just had to die and block this place, causing people to be unable to cross this sea of bitterness for the rest of their lives. Then he took the opportunity to preach about Buddhism, enlighten all living beings and recruit followers. To put it nicely, he swore not to become a Buddha until hell was empty. "It's fine. I'll bring you out after his Buddhist voice fades away," Xiaoqin said calmly. However, Qing Qing shook her head resolutely. "You should go. I'm not going back. I must personally see the cycle of reincarnation shatter. Otherwise, I will not give up." Xiaoqin's expression flickered as he thought of something. "You want to resurrect someone through reincarnation, don't you? The 6 Das have already been shattered. Reincarnation no longer exists. This is impossible." Qing Cheng countered with a question. "Did you see it for yourself? Since I haven't seen it with my own eyes, it means that there's still hope. As long as there's a trace of hope, I won't give up." Xiaoqin said calmly, "I only believe in this life, not the next. Even if I see it with my own eyes, I won't believe it." Bang! Suddenly, a resplendent saber light appeared in the sky, illuminating this black and white world with many colors. The instant that saber light froze, it was like time and space were behind it. All the Buddhist chants vanished in an instant. The withered skeleton, evil ghost that was struggling in the sea of bitterness suddenly became quiet, no longer screaming. The saber light flashed and instantly entered the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's back. The world turned black and white again. What kind of saber light is this? How is it that even the might of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva could not block it? It easily pierced through it, Xiaoqin muttered to himself. Although he felt excited, he still could not understand it. Qing Cheng said, "This is the saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind 10,000 years ago. The Qing Emperor was the one who chopped off the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's head. This is hope. If the 6 paths of reincarnation no longer exist, why would the Qing Emperor put in so much effort to fight this Kittagarbha Bodhisattva? Could the saber light from 10,000 years ago illuminate the entire Yellow Springs River?" The Buddhist voice had already faded. If Xiaoqin wanted to leave, all he had to do was take out the will of thunder that contained his great perfection's saber soul and leave the sea of bitterness. There was no need to struggle here. However, when Xiaoqin saw the stunning saber light that flashed by, he was certain that the Qing Emperor had chopped off the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's head. Xiaoqin's heart wavered. Just because he did not want to think about some things did not mean that he did not want to know the answer. "What's wrong?" The Buddhist voice has already faded. "Are you not going to leave?" Qing Cheng asked with a smile. Xiaoqin replied calmly, "I'm not leaving." "You don't have to leave either. Wait for a while. I'll bring you through this headless, bald donkey." Qing Cheng's eyes lit up. She said, "You have a way?" "Just wait." Xiaoqin did not reply. He sat cross-legged at the bow of the warship and cultivated calmly, waiting for that saber light to arrive again. When that saber light arrived earlier, the blue dragon in the universe ring stirred restlessly. Whether it was as he guessed or not, he would be able to find out once more. When Qin Cheng saw the situation, she could only helplessly sit beside Xiao Qin. She took out a green pearl and stared at it in a daze. A strand of soul was fixed in the transparent pearl, maintaining a leaping posture. Although the ghost race had the ability to collect souls after death, they did not have the ability to resurrect people. They could only refine all sorts of combat-type souls. Furthermore, after refining a soul, it would not be the original soul. It would just lose its intelligence and memories. Who is this person? Is she someone you want to resurrect? Xiao Chen suddenly asked as he opened his eyes and looked at Qin Cheng. A nostalgic expression appeared on Qin Cheng's beautiful face. This is my mother. When she died, I was only 6 years old. My master kept her soul after she died. However, he could not bring her back to life. I've wanted to come to the Yellow Springs Road for a long time already. However, I cannot make up my mind. I kept finding excuses for myself, saying that Last Breath Lake is too dangerous and that I should go when I am stronger. Haha. Actually, I know this myself. I'm just afraid of this final hope shattering, not daring to face it. If not for you wanting to come to the Yellow Springs Road, I do not know when I would be able to take this step. There are some things that I have to see for myself before I can feel at ease. Xiao Qin could hear the sadness in Qin Cheng's voice. She also knew that even if he crossed this sea of bitterness, all that awaited him was a sad ending. However, as she said, there were some things that he had to see for himself before he could feel at ease. 3 life stone, soul returning grass, and permethaw flower. You collected these to revive the item spirit, right? Qin Cheng asked Xiao Qin, changing the topic. Seeing Xiao Chen's somewhat surprised expression, Qin Cheng smiled and said, "Don't find it strange. This secret technique actually originated from my ghost race. Unfortunately, it is useless on living creatures. However, based on your expression, you do not seem to be very happy. Didn't you already collect all 3 items?" Unexpectedly, this Qin Cheng was so observant. Xiao Qin answered honestly, "I missed the timing. I did not expect that I would have to walk the Yellow Springs Road for 3 months." Xiao Chen's original plan was to collect the 3 items and return within 3 months. That way, he would be able to participate in the Saber School ranking competition and obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal, successfully reviving Ao Jiao. After that, it would be the king conferral ceremony in another 2 months. Everything was going according to plan. However, who could have imagined that just the Yellow Springs Road would take 3 months? Adding on the 1 month before that, the Saber School ranking competition would definitely start. Xiao Chen would definitely not be able to obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal. He did not know how to inform Sita Leihong. Qin Cheng smiled and said, "In that case, it looks like you are in some trouble. Sita Leihong is a very difficult person to talk to. He does not even give face to a sovereign martial emperor." Xiao Qin did not feel confident. If he had no other choice, he could only ask the sect master to personally make a trip. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is at hand, the Buddhist chanting rang out once more. The many skeleton phantoms in the sea of bitterness all struggled and roared in pain. However, Xiao Qin, who was on the specter ship, had been waiting for a long time already. As he resisted the torture of the Buddhist chanting, he waited quietly in anticipation. The saber light that illuminated the entire Yellow Springs Road appeared once more, shattering the Buddhist chanting and illuminating this black and white world with many colors again. The blue dragon medallion in the universe ring started trembling intensely again. Without saying anything, Xiao Qin grabbed the blue dragon medallion with a flip of his hand. Whoosh! A strong light shot out. Xiao Qin and Qin Cheng closed their eyes at the same time. When they opened their eyes again, they were shocked to discover that the saber light was no longer there. Instead, the blue dragon medallion became dazzling. The blue dragon medallion lit up the surrounding 100 meters with many colors. It was a stark contrast to the black and white world on the sea. Unexpectedly, the Qing Emperor's medallion sucked in that saber light that had existed for 10,000 years. At the same time, Qing Cheng was shocked to discover that the skeleton phantoms beside the specter ship earlier were now as small as ants. The distance between the two and the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was no longer endless. There were only 5 kilometers left. This would not take much time for the two. "Let's go. I'll bring you over." The specter ship carried the two into the air and flew. The 5 kilometers were covered in less than the time it took to brew a pot of tea. When the two got closer, they discovered that blood flowed continuously from the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's head. The sea of bitterness before them was made of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's blood. When the two saw this, they could not help but feel horrified, their hair standing on end. After flying past the headless Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, the other parties might vanished. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and grasped the blue dragon medallion above his head. He revealed a smile on his face. No matter what, this unexpected harvest of saber light was indeed a big surprise. In the future, if Xiao Chen met with an opponent he could not defeat, he could use this saber light to defeat the blue-robed emperor. Behind the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva were the 6 paths of reincarnation. There were 6 huge, shattered whirlpools. Each whirlpool represented a cycle of reincarnation. From the right, they were the heavenly Tao, the Azura Tao, the human Tao, the animal Tao, the hungry ghost Tao, and the hell Tao. Xiao Qin heaved a sigh of relief. The 6 paths of reincarnation were shattered beyond recognition. There was no way to reincarnate. The worry in his heart vanished. Just as Xiao Chen was about to say something, he saw Qing Qing walk over to the whirlpool representing the heavenly Tao and toss in the pearl containing her mother's soul. This is... Xiao Chen felt confused. The shattering of the 6 paths of reincarnation did not seem to affect Tao Qing Qing. She smiled and said, considered a thought. According to rumor, after one enters the heavenly Tao, they can be reborn in the immortal world. They can leave their mortal bodies and not suffer the pain of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Chapter 980. Without the cycle of reincarnation, there was nothing much to see here. Xiao Chen accompanied Qing Cheng to watch for a while before turning to leave. However, what the two did not know was that the instant Xiao Chen turned around, the shattered human path whirlpool merged back together, forming a complete cycle whirlpool. A treasure light gathered, and a mysterious passageway opened, leading to an unknown place. Xiao Chen sensed something and turned his head back to look. The complete cycle passageway only existed for an instant before it broke apart long ago. He did not see anything. Qing Cheng turned her head back as well and asked curiously, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Chen smiled and thought to himself, the 6 paths of reincarnation are really broken. There is only this life in the world. There is no next life. The two successfully crossed the sea of bitterness and met up with Bai's group again on the bridge of helplessness. After a simple explanation of what happened, they set off. On the way back, the group followed Qing Cheng's directions and placed the specter ship on the bridge of helplessness, heading upstream. Half a day later, the bridge of helplessness was broken. After passing through a patch of fog, the group miraculously appeared in the underworld land, the place that separated yin and yang. Qing Cheng smiled and explained, "Don't find it strange." After the hell shattered, several spatial tears formed. Several of these spatial tears are not too dangerous. Instead, they are shortcuts to the 9 layers of purgatory. However, only our ghost race knows about them. When the group returned to the surface, they all took in deep breaths. They finally made it out of the 9 layers of purgatory alive. Qing Cheng returned the cycle banner to Xiao Chen. Then she smiled and said, I'll take my leave. There are less than 2 months left to your king conferral ceremony. At that time, if nothing unexpected happens, I will go and join in the excitement." After getting rid of her mental tribulation, Qin Chen felt much more relaxed. After saying goodbye to everyone, she left calmly. There was half a month between the sword school ranking competition and the saber school ranking competition. Based on the time, they should still be able to make it if they rushed back now. Xiao Chen used the freedom wings, and so, close yet worlds apart, continuously. Finally, he managed to send Bai over before the competition began. However, Xiao Chen was not as lucky. The saber school ranking competition had already ended 7 days ago. The saber sovereign Wu Xiaoyan's first disciple, Wen Ziren, successfully made it into the top 10. News of this had already spread throughout the entire profound domain, spreading his name everywhere. Xiao Chen felt somewhat nervous as he arrived at Sword Forging Peak. He did not know if Sita Leihong would be able to accommodate him or not. Sword Forging Peak was the same as before. Swordsmen seeking Sita Leihong to forge swords lined up from the top of the mountain to the bottom in an orderly fashion. Xiao Chen did not line up. Instead, he headed for the sword forging mountain manor at the top of the mountain amidst everyone's gazes. Its Chen came, and came. White-robed Xiao Chen defeated the first disciple of the sword sovereign Lu Xiaoyun in Heavenly Cauldron City 4 months ago. He probably earned a lot at the longevity fruit auction 3 months ago. I remember that a few old quasi-emperors rushed over and pushed the price of the longevity fruit to a sky-high price. Several great Grandmaster-level martial sages did not manage to buy it. However, it is strange. The Saber School ranking is held once every 10 years. Given his strength, he should have a chance to make it into the top 10. Why is he not there? If it were in the past, the name Xiao Chen would have been somewhat distant to the people of the profound domain. However, Xiao Chen had easily defeated the Purple Knight sword sect's Ouyang Feng at Sword Forging Peak. Then he held a high-profile auction for the longevity fruit. After that, he defeated the sword sovereign's Qin Chen's first disciple in Heavenly Cauldron City. The most famous person in the profound domain was none other than Xiao Chen. Along the way, Xiao Chen listened to the discussions around him without showing any expression. He had something on his mind. He wanted to meet Situ Leihong quickly, but he did not know how to bring it up when he did. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt 2 pairs of eyes filled with hatred and murderous intent. They did not hide their murderous intent at all as they stared at him. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked in the direction of the gaze. His lips curled up involuntarily, revealing a smile. The owner of this gaze was the person who wanted to teach Xiao Chen a lesson when he first arrived at Sword Forging Peak. In the end, Xiao Chen ended up getting slapped in the face by Ouyang Feng, who got slapped down by his own senior. There was an old man beside Ouyang Feng. This old man also wore the robes of the Purple Knight sword sect and looked very similar to Ouyang Feng. Based on this appearance, it was not hard to guess that they were father and son. This old man was a great Grandmaster-level martial sage. He was in high spirits, and a bright light flashed in his eyes. This old man did not look old at all. His eyes were like swords. Everywhere he looked, it was like a sharp sword piercing through space. Xiao Chen took a glance and lost interest. It was best not to provoke this old man. Otherwise, he would not mind using a great Grandmaster-level martial sage to test his strength and see how strong he was. After taking a few steps, Xiao Chen overtook the 2 of them. "Stop right there." Ouyang Feng whispered a few words into the old man's ear, and that old man's expression turned extremely unsightly. Then he shouted coldly, stopping Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with this old man, so he continued walking forward. Whoosh! The purple-robed old man was enraged. He took a big stride forward and arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Then he said, "Little friend, did you not hear what this old man said? This one is telling you to stop." Xiao Qin did not mind. He smiled and said, "My legs are under my feet. What does it have to do with you whether I stop or not? You have a sharp tongue. Let this old man ask you. For months ago, did you use your strength to bully the weak, sow dissension, and injure my son?" The purple-robed old man asked with an overbearing aura. Indeed, they were really father and son. With this, Xiao Qin probably could not enter the mountain manor directly. However, Xiao Qin did not show any fear. He smiled gently and said, "What you said is true. However, did I injure your son? How come I don't remember? I think it was just a gentle touch. At that time, many people could prove it. Your old friend, Jiao Jintao, could prove it as well." At the mention of this matter, the purple-robed old man could not stop the rage in his eyes from spewing out. He spent a lot of effort to calm himself down. If not for the purple-robed old man running around seeking miraculous medicinal pills, Xiao Chen would not be able to recover without at least half a year. To think that the purple-robed old man was not embarrassed to say that it was just a gentle touch. As for that Jiao Jintao, this was the name that the purple-robed old man did not want to hear the most. For the sake of a longevity fruit, Jiao Jintao disregarded their relationship of many years and directly sent Ouyang Fengfan tumbling down the mountain. This was simply an extraordinary humiliation. Good, very good. In that case, this old man will gently touch you as well. After the purple-robed old man said this through clenched teeth, he no longer suppressed his rage. He stepped forward and sent a palm strike at Xiao Qin. The purple-robed old man thought that it would be too degrading for him, a great grandmaster-level martial sage, to draw his sword to deal with a junior. However, the purple-robed old man relied on his huge advantage in cultivation to send a palm strike over. When the palm strike flew out, the wind howled. At the level of great grandmaster-level martial sage, a casual palm strike could break mountains. Furthermore, this palm strike was sent out in rage. The surging palm wind combined with the purple-robed old man's mountain-like heavy aura. Before the palm wind arrived, a huge pressure already pressed down. Several of the people behind Xiao Qin could not help but move back. However, Xiao Qin himself did not move at all. When he saw the horrifying aura of the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva, the might of the purple-robed old man's palm strike was like child's play to Xiao Qin. Since the other party was being arrogant and did not even draw his sword, then there was no need for him to draw his sword. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending, 20 dragon force. Dragon roars resounded, and 20 huge dragon-shaped strands of energy appeared behind Xiao Qin. They soared up and down, stirring up the sky and making the sky change color. They roared in unison, and dragon might covered the sky, not giving the purple-robed old man any chance to regret. When Xiao Chun faced this palm strike that was as fast as a storm and as mighty as a mountain, he took a step forward and met it head-on. Bang! When the fist and palm met, a horrifying sound rang out. Xiao Chen's punch sent the purple-robed old man flying back. The purple-robed old man's eyes widened in shock. He opened his mouth and vomited a mouthful of blood. After the purple-robed old man landed, he felt incredible pain in his right hand. Cracks spread out on his bones. His entire right arm was temporarily crippled. Xiao Qin stood upright with his hands behind his back. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry, old sir. My body is very brittle and cannot be touched. I am not like your son, who has thick skin." After smiling faintly, Xiao Qin swaggered off. The purple-robed old man trembled in anger. However, he had been too careless this time. His right hand was temporarily crippled, and he could not hold a sword at all. Even if the purple-robed old man wanted to take revenge, he did not have the strength to continue fighting. The other swordsmen lining up on the mountain all showed extremely grave expressions. The purple-robed old man, Ouyang Long, was a bona fide, great Grandmaster-level martial sage. However, even such a great Grandmaster-level martial sage wanted to bully the weak. Yet, with one punch from Xiao Qin, he did not dare to retaliate. When the purple-robed old man saw the other party swagger off, he did not even dare to give chase. How unfortunate. This Xiao Qin is not participating in the Saber School rankings competition. What a pity. With such strength, he can definitely compete with Wen Xiren. In the past few years, the momentum of my Sword Dao lineage has been completely suppressed by the Saber Dao lineage. Wen Xiren already suppressed the profound domain's younger generation swordsmen to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Now, another Xiao Qin appeared. If only Yan Shi-san were here. With Yan Shi-san's strength and talent, he would definitely be able to compete with those two. Yan Shi-san is obsessed with the Sword Dao. He has never been interested in the Sword School ranking. He is nowhere to be found. Even the Yan clan does not know where he is. The swordsmen present all gave the purple-robed old man some face. Even after Xiao Qin sent him flying with one punch, no one mocked him. Ouyang Feng walked over to the purple-robed old man and grumbled, "Father, what's wrong with you? Why are you speaking so much nonsense? Just go up and chop him down with one strike." Pa! Ouyang Long was already upset after losing so much face. When he heard Ouyang Feng's grumbling, he immediately slapped Ouyang Feng. "Shut up!" Ouyang Long's expression turned extremely cold. He could not be bothered with Ouyang Feng anymore. He sat down cross-legged and circulated his energy to treat his injuries, quickly recovering from the injuries on his right arm. Ouyang Long was prepared to wait for Xiao Qin to come out. At that time, he would not give Xiao Qin a chance and would directly fight him with his sword. If Ouyang Long could not defeat Xiao Qin today, he could forget about staying in the profound domain in the future. Inside Sword Forging Manor, when Xiao Qin saw Situ Leihong's calm appearance, he did not know what to say. After all, back then, Xiao Qin had said that he would help the other party obtain the 10,000-year-old flame crystal. Now he was going back on his word. Furthermore, he needed the other party's help. After thinking for a while, Situ Leihong still did not say anything. "Xiao Qin could only probe. Senior, I'm sorry about the 10,000-year-old flame crystal. I came late.